winner of the 2024 amazing performance.
She's gonna be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Running levels everything. That common goal right there of running it brings people together.
No, we just met. Friends on the trail. Yes.
I think a race like this brings a sort of community together, and we have, very little in common in many cases apart from running.
When you run these events, you realise how important the guys who volunteer at the checkpoints are. They'll do everything for you. They'll fill your water, they'll get you food, they give you motivation, they'll give you a little kick when you need it as well.
We call it the Centurion Army as a bit of a joke, but they kind of come in as a recruit, as a first-time volunteer, and then suddenly, we're here 10 years later with, the ever-present people that are here year in, year out.
Well, I started doing this 10 years ago, doing the crewing, and Bridget invited me to come out. I didn't even think that people could run 100 miles. I thought she was lying to me.
Our community is so important to us that if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have Centurion. I mean, the community makes us.
And we're back on the South Downs Way 100. And we're at Old Winchester Hill, just over 10 miles into the course. We've already had 7 runners come past us. The front of the men's race is pretty exciting. We had a Jeff Cheshire just off the front. He had a couple of minutes at the last checkpoint. Coming through here, Jeff looked like he was working hard, already asking how far the gap was behind him. And then the chasing pack was coming through thick and fast. We thought there was a couple of people a couple of minutes behind, but actually we've seen another 6 runners come through, including British international Rob Payne, Tian Irwi, one of the favourites who we think are going to go well. And right now we've got Dan Lawson and Jez Bragg. So we've got a former UTMB winner and a European 24-hour runner coming through. Hello, Jez Bragg. Keep running. There's a whole bunch of people. These guys are hopefully, a lot of these here are going to feature catching up with the people that are ahead of them were going too fast. We've seen a lot of different shoe choices as well. Actually, watching people going up and out, this is the kind of terrain we're going to be seeing across the course. And as behind me, you can see a lot of rolling terrain. The climbs aren't massive, but we've got 13,000 feet of elevation over the course of the race. And behind me, you might be hearing, we'll show you in a minute, one of the important factors that comes into racing on the South Downs Way, and that's the gates and stiles. There's over 100 gates and stiles over the course of this race, and this doesn't get taken into account on your ITRA ranking. It slows you down. You have to open and close every single gate you go through, because if you don't close them, the cows get loose, and then there's pandemonium across the South Downs. We don't want that. It's good etiquette. If the gate's closed, when you get there, you open it and you close it again after you. If it's open and the farmer's left it open, you leave it open. You don't upset him because he's maybe wanting cows to explore a little. But we'll turn around in a bit and have a look at it. But as you get to each one, it breaks up your stride, and you're kind of running into the gate. You've got to know which mechanism you're using to open it, close it again afterwards. And it does change things up a little bit. In the women's race, we've got our first 3 through the first checkpoint. We've got Justine Putnam, who's coming in at first. She's got a decent lead. I'm just going to check my notes because my memory is not as good as it used to be when I was a youth. She's 4 minutes ahead. Sophie Bennett was first when you left us at in Matterley Bowl. She's now in second place by 4 minutes to Justine. We don't know a huge amount about Justine. She qualified for the race through the London to Brighton Trail race last year, and she's got a 3:16 marathon from back in 2018. But her recent stats, we don't know if she's flying and she's kind of in marathon PB shape, and this is all easy money for her, or if she's working at an unsustainable level. But it makes for exciting watching. And then behind her, we've got Kat Simpson and Hannah Green in third. Kat was second last year, and she's one of our British internationals, and she's run over 220k in 24 hours. So she's got some look for Kat to come steaming through in the second half. And obviously Sophie in second has got 200-mile experience. So whoa, you don't want a 200-miler chasing you. Same with Tian Irwi, actually, who was in about 6th or 7th in the men's race. He's finished the Tour de Glaciers, which isn't just that's a bigger race than the Tour de Gents, which is a 200-mile race. So that's even bigger kind of minerals than the 200-mile race. And so we've got some people with not just 100-mile experience, but 200-mile experience coming in there. But so far, the races are quite closely packed. So it's going to be really exciting for us as the race goes on. I think it's worth. We've got another runner coming through here. Well done. One of the things we can look at as the day goes on is see if people change their shoes. We've had someone come past in Nike Alpha Flies in road shoes with little bubbles on. That was Pete Windross. He's won our races before. He was probably out of the runners that came past working the hardest to the visual eye. Maybe some people just look like they're working hard in life in general. I don't know if Pete's one of those people. But other people just look like they're out for like they're just starting their warm up. So it's interesting. He was in some Alpha Flies. We're seeing someone here now coming past in the Nike trail shoes. The terrain isn't like it's dry out there. It's dry, even if it has rained. It's a little bit wet where we're standing, but we're off the trail. You've got a real mix of footwear out there, but it doesn't have to be a super aggressive shoe. You can get away with quite a comfortable road shoe. Comfort's a big thing with the 100-miler here. And the main thing with the South Downs Way is being able to continue running for as long as possible. So if the runners are wearing a shoe that's too aggressive, whilst it might give you a bit of grip on the few muddy sections we've got, it's going to really hurt your feet as you get onto some of the harder packed stuff, some of the farm roads that might be in the middle of it. So it'd be interesting to see if shoes change for the second half for some people. And yeah, like you don't need a huge amount of grip. I personally feel, but some people do feel like they need more grip than they do. But even on some of the chalk sections, it can be quite slippy if you're in a shoe with too aggressive a grip, because you've got your what's the word? I can't remember the word now. I'm going to say talons, studs. If your studs are too aggressive, it reduces the amount of surface area you've got in contact with the ground underneath you. So stuff that's not actually letting your studs sink into the ground becomes a hindrance on that kind of terrain. I think we should have a look at the gate, because this is something that for viewers outside of the UK, you're probably thinking, a gate? How does that impact my trail race? The UK has got a lot of this. It goes through public land. We've got a really good public right of way system, but it also goes through a lot of farmland, and it's all kind of fenced off. So these areas have to be protected, and to do that, we've got a gate system. So let's go over here and have a look at the gate. We don't want to time it with a runner coming through, because then we're giving them an unfair advantage. But obviously, we've still got members of the public coming through here. You see them using the gate now. Morning. We're not going through. We're going to demonstrate the gate. We're going to do some live coverage of a running race. You might see 400 people going to come past. 430 started this morning. I think there's only been the top 15 so far. Yeah, so you should see a few people coming through. 100 miles, yeah. They're finishing in Eastbourne. The record's 14 hours. I don't know if we'll see it today. We'll see. Nice work. So the gate here. Oh, that was excellent gate technique, sir. So some people will practice the gates before. I like to go out and practice them because they've got different techniques. This one's got a lever on top, right? So if you know that and you can see it ahead of time, you slow down a bit. You're going to go through. You're going to close it behind you. Some of them have got a little trick here at the bottom. You lift that up, it loosens and opens it, and you can come through. But it's on the wrong side for this one. So they're coming through. They got to jump across. If you get to a gate, these guys are listening, thinking it's a gate, mate. Come on. If you get to the gate and you're running and you're rushing and you kind of can't get it, you see people getting a right tiz and they can't, then it breaks up their stride and they're going to come through. Maybe they'll get there and someone's doing live coverage at the gate and it gets in their way. We better get out of the way of this geezer. Let's see how his gate technique is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Oh, wow.
So they'll be coming through thick and fast now. We might remind you out of the way. All right, well,
Hey.
we also have the South Downs Way 50, and there's a lot of gates on that. And training with a friend for that many years ago, and I made it. It was a good excuse in training to not have to open and close any gates because I insisted he did it. So when it got to the race, it was second nature. We were training on course, and it saved me. He was a bit faster than me, so it allowed me to recover. Nice work, Mike. Pair of Hokers there, yeah. Probably Hoker Speed got a good shoe for this. They've got a decent amount of grip, but actually good cushioning as well. Oh, it's been quite chilly. We haven't even had to talk about this lovely beech tree yet. We kind of prepared ourselves beforehand in case we run out of things to say. One of the things we didn't mention earlier is that on the South Downs Way, there's actually been 100-mile trail races from as early as 1973. So the Long Distance Walkers Association, which is a wonderful volunteer-led organisation in the UK, and they organise long walks. And some of their challenge walks can also run them, and they're fantastic. Obviously, Centurion events serve a different purpose. So it's not a rival situation. And each of those events every year they have an annual 100-mile event. A couple more runners coming through. Oh, I'm starting to get chilly. Good work, lads. And that's it. If you're really clued up, you'll get to a gate just after someone else, and then you haven't got to open it yourself. So that guy there came through and had the gate open for him. Going to keep an eye on the gate. So they called it the Downsman, right? The first 100-mile LDWA event, and it's annual, but they go to different locations. Back in 1973, they ran from Winchester to Eastbourne. It's the first 100-mile trail race, and they had a few runners. I think the winning time was 21, 22 hours. Right, Robbie. Right. And then they went to a different location in 74, and in 75 and 77, they came back to the South Downs. And in those years, I think that eventually the time got under 20 hours. So not too dissimilar. So our course record is still the men's record is 14:13, the women's 16:40 in the 1640s. But even there, back in the 1970s, we had guys coming into the event, and they had one guy who was a 5:14 50-mile runner. So real solid speed, you're looking just over 6-minute miles for 50 miles on road. And they were coming here and they weren't quite racing as well over the 100 miles. But one of the differences is that the LDWA events, there you get a road book, and it tells you, it goes, TL, turn left at, it wouldn't have been this one. They used to talk about the pooper scoop bins for the dog walkers out there. Nice work. But it'll give you all the directions are written in shorthand, and you had to follow that over the course of the race. So that's going to slow any down. In that the first edition, they actually had one of the organisers of the LDWA, and he led the group for the first 20 miles so they didn't have to navigate. So it might help the race a little bit. And he led them the wrong way. Had to then take them back on course, and apparently not many people noticed. But yeah, so don't always trust the person ahead of you where they're going. Sometimes they go in the wrong direction. We should have the women's team race they were 15-20 minutes behind the men's, so we might hopefully see some of the women's podium come through whilst we're still doing live coverage. But that initial, so in the 1970s, we're seeing times unmarked. So the Centurion races, and we might see some of the markers. We've got this reflective reusable tape that we is collected after each year. It's one of the things that James Elson and the Centurion team have put in place to try and reduce the environmental impact of the race. So each of these tape, they're a bit higher quality than your normal kind of roll of plastic tape, but they get reused. They're reflective. We can maybe have facing the wrong way, but maybe I'll turn it around so we can actually look at that whilst we're waiting for the next run. That's beautiful, really. There's a reflective element to the end of it on there. With permission of the National Trail. So we have a really great National Trail network in the UK. And as a race organizer, you get permission to go across each National Trail section. And these will be removed within 48 hours. one of the things that happens in some races, because we go through a lot of populous areas, there's local people who aren't aware of the race, thinking maybe it's been left from a previous race. So we have clear guidance on it. It will be removed after the race, and it's actually normally not just one person will come through and remove as many as remove them all, and then it's doubly swept afterwards to make sure that the markers aren't there when they don't need to be. Because up the top here we can see the permanent marking for the South Downs Way, and you see the acorn. So the acorn is a sign of one of our national trails, and yeah, the runners could follow the South Downs Way markings the whole way. We come off sometimes to the checkpoints and from the final section, but from here onwards until the trig point before Eastbourne, where they drop down the last 3 or 4 miles, they are actually on the South Downs Way National Trail, and they could follow it themselves on that. But these handy pink ones are going to make it a little bit easier, and we've got some little markers on there to let people know where they're going. People still get lost. It's kind of part and parcel of 100-mile racing, is that it's very easy to follow some markers and some signs when you're feeling good, but add in a bit of fatigue, add a bit of panic. Our leader was already asking about how far behind the runners were. And when you're looking behind for a runner behind you, you're not looking at the markers ahead. So sometimes we see people when they start rushing, and they rush downhill, they miss a turning. With our races at Centurion, you know that if you haven't seen a marker in 3 or 4 minutes, then you've definitely gone the wrong way. They're marked by people who are runners themselves. And I think that's always quite important, because they understand the panic when you don't see a marker for a while. Sometimes you have someone marking, it's their local area, and they think, well, this is common sense. You just go straight down here, there's no turnings, and they don't change anything. Got more runners coming in now. And actually, the runner who's not local to the area, good work.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. The runners who aren't local to the area, they need to be reassured a bit more often, because you want to know you're on the right path. And the more tired you get, you kind of in the second half, the longer a mile takes. And actually, if the markers are further spread out in the second half, it can be a bit worrying, because you start questioning yourself. Like, oh God, have I gone the wrong way? Or am I going the right way? And yeah, we panic. We panic when there's no reason to panic, because normally because our brain's trying to stop us running at that point, because it's trying to save our legs in case there's it's a kind of a prehistoric inbuilt ability in case there's a lion at some point around the next corner. We need to be able to add an extra spurt. So at this point, there are no lions. The most dangerous animal on the South Downs, actually, probably the most dangerous animal in the UK. And if anyone watches this from the US, you'll be surprised at how ferocious the animals we have in England are. Is the domestic cow. They kill more people in the UK than any other animal, I believe. It's normally trampling. They're not like going out there with knives or anything like that. But yeah, cows in the fields, we can actually see a whole bunch of them there. They're pretty sedate. If you look over there, just behind some of our other media team, there are cows in the fields, and generally they're not on the South Downs Way, but definitely in the second half, it's also pasture for grazing, and the farmers might let them out on the course, and the runners, no one's been at risk the cows so far in our races, but apparently you've got to walk and clap as you go through to let the cows know that, I don't know what you let them know at that point, that you're a farmer, pretend to be a farmer, lets you through. Hopefully the women arrive shortly, so I can stop talking about cows. But maybe you're into that kind of thing, and you're wondering, why is he not talking about cows already? It's agricultural land we've got here, so there is a lot of grazing, a lot of crops, and that's what it's one of the nice things. It kind of, as you can see across, you can see a load of different terrain as you're rolling through. I'm nearly running out of things to say at this point, I reckon, but we should have. It wasn't too much of a gap behind, so I reckon we're going to see the women's race coming through. It should be interesting. That's the thing with our races, that people have to run a 50-mile race in qualifying. So we know they've got the ability to run a long way, but we all know that 50 miles is very different to 100 miles. And if someone's stepping up in distance and they're used to pacing off, like they've run the pace they run for 50 miles, which for a large part of that race, I can have someone come through the middle of us. Nice work.
Thank you.
Good work.
Come on in.
The weird thing with 100-mile racing is that whatever pace you're running at the start, it does feel easy. So 50-mile pace feels easy at this point of a race. But if it's 50-mile pace and you're running 100 miles and you get to 50 miles and your body finds out, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Nice road.
Morning. All right.
Yeah, you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully we're going to see from a viewer's point of view, not from the runner's point of view. We want everyone to have a wonderful race, but we also do want some races to go up and down. And when I'm advising runners on how to pace a 100-miler, what the one of the things you want to be seeing is, like, in the first half, it doesn't matter if people are coming past you, especially on the climb. It's nice. Thank you. Put in number 114. Good work.
Cheers. Thank you.
They must wonder what we're doing. Hopefully someone's watching, so it's all worthwhile. So yeah, so if in the first half 100-miler, you want to be kind of, if people are overtaking you, it's not a problem. If you're going uphill and they're coming past you, and you're going downhill and more people are overtaking you, you're in a brain's kind of saying to you, look, normally you'd be ahead of these guys. If this was a half marathon, we'd be ahead of them. You're probably in a good place. If you can eat, if you can drink, if you're smiling, doesn't feel like you're working too hard, you're not worried about people behind you, you're not constantly worried that you're going the wrong way, those are all signs that you're running within yourself. We could talk about heart rate, percentage of VO2 max, and all these kind of bits and bobs, but at the end of the day, it's a trail race, and we can't use pace as easily as we might on a road marathon or a road ultra. Well done, Stuart. Oh, sorry, you go through the middle. We don't want to get in your way. And then in the second half of the race, a good sign that you've paced as well is that you're passing other people. And what we often, any kind of factor we're looking for, we try to make it like intrinsic. It's only to do with us. Like, we don't want to be worrying about other people and what they're doing for a race. Except in the second half, you can guarantee that people have paced it badly. That's like one of the constants in ultramarathons, right? Whatever part of the field you're in, there's going to be people who paced it badly. What this does, one, it gives you a good marker, right? So you kind of, as you get into the second half of the race, if you're going past people, then you know you've paced it well. But also, it tells your brain. So there's a whole thing around perception of effort. There's some really good work with Professor Samuel McCora around perception of effort. And one of the things that he talks about is how that. Oh, more runners coming through. Nice work, buddy. Our perception of effort is impacted by what's around us, and it's a psychological thing, and how we feel, how hard we're working plays into it. But I'll let you people through, and I'll keep waffling. Oh, nice work, Nicholas. Thank you. Is our first lady coming through now? Justin, well done. Good work. Our first lady coming through. Start the timer. See how long it's 8:18. Oh, well done, buddy. He's won one of our races before, because that's Centurion Racing Finishers t-shirt. That's a flex, isn't it? You turn up in a Finishers t-shirt for one of our different races. He's allowed to wear it, of course. They're good quality t-shirts. We like people to wear them, so that's part of it. A few more coming through now. Good work, guys. Yeah, that's early days. We've got our first runner in full tights.
Morning. Thank you.
Cheers. So with perception of effort, what happens is how hard we're working feeds into our brain, and then it gets impacted by what's happening around us. So if we're running and we're overtaking people, our brain then thinks, well, we must be feeling good. We must be all right, and our perception of effort lowers. But if we're working hard and being overtaken by people, the little voice in our brain tells us that we're rubbish, and that actually our perception of effort, and it goes up, and it physically feels harder. So that's one of the things that you can manage over the course of one of these races. You can make it psychologically and physiologically easier by pacing it a bit smarter and overtaking other people. I think I referred to it in the past of feeding off the misery of others, but that's probably a bit mean. Hopefully, we've got more runners coming in there.
It's basically stunning.
There you go, guys. Live coverage coming through.
Thank you.
I reckon we've got 2 or 3 minutes until the women's podium is going to come through, and then we'll wrap it up after that, because we've got to get on to the next spot. We're going to be back online in a couple of hours. Well, less than a couple of hours, 1 hour 40 at this point. And I've heard there's a cafe at the place we're going to next. So the earlier I can get there, the better, because I haven't had a coffee this morning. We do have Exhale coffee at the start, and everyone, it was the only queue that was slightly longer than the toilet queue. So I've refrained from it at that point. Two more chaps coming through. If you work in a team, only one person.
Nice, yeah.
That's efficiency in motion. Good work, lad. Getting busy here. Got a bit of crowd. Oh. Don't worry. By the end of today, you're going to be pretty
Mastered them. Take it easy.
So that the chap before there, I think he had a bit of a Scottish accent. So he's obviously not local. He's not used to the South Downs Way gates. They do have gates up in Scotland, but less of them. So maybe that's coming into play there.
Hi guys.
Got some of the this is a non-cruise spot. So if the people are getting crewed and supported up here, they shouldn't be. So we're watching that there. Some people have been warned. Might go and let them know just shortly.
I wouldn't do that. I'll spin on the corner.
James said if the live coverage is the run tomorrow, One of the things about the managing a race in the British countryside is that there's a lot of permissions needed from different people along the way, and we go for a lot of little villages, and it's not necessarily like one of the differences we see, like in the Alps, the villages are often, they're very mountain focused and they're involved in it. We've got a lot of different communities in the UK, and we've got a lot of farmers, and we've got a lot of little lanes to get to. So these locations aren't particularly remote, but they're very narrow roads, very small parking spaces, and the public is still out here using these areas. So we need to make sure that us as a race with 430 people entered and started on the day, we aren't impacting the local infrastructure too much and making it difficult for local users of the trail to be able to get out there, because someone might be coming here to walk their dog, to go on their own run, to be out there out on their bike. And if there's 15 camper vans here to cheer on the race, so we have quite clear guidance. If you go on the Centurion website, there's always clear guidance on where we can have people. We encourage people to get out there and support their runners, and we can also have places where we really want to look after our relationship with the locals. It's a tricky gate, this one. We've got a few people. Minutes. Oh, don't worry. You saved your legs for the second half. So it will be. Oh, look at this. Some more people coming now. Oh, is that a Tottenham tattoo?
Thanks, first.
This man is due to disappointment in life, so hopefully the ups and downs of a 24-hour, 100-mile race will be easy. In the UK, we have different soccer teams and football teams, soccer teams, if you're listed from overseas. And that man had one of the London clubs tattooed on his shoulder. So a little bit of friendly rivalry is always worthwhile. My football team are rubbish, so it doesn't matter what I say, because it doesn't. I can take the mickey out of the rest of them. So we should have. I think we're going to have some more runners coming now. Oh, this guy's got. We could go through the gate and try and see it coming down the trail here. I reckon they're coming. Steve nervously coming past. We should have got him interviewed him. Steve's our head manages the media teams. It's pretty handy with a camera. but he doesn't want to be in front of it, behind the camera only. The weather today is absolutely spot on for the runners. It's just a little bit cold for live coverage and standing around on top of a hill, but the wind is right behind them. Even we can see from the markers behind. So as they're coming here, just every time you're coming off the ground, the wind is pushing you a little bit further along. So that should really help our runner over the course of it. I hope it doesn't make people go too fast in the first half, but it's really exciting. We'll let this next bunch through and talk about the beech tree. We've got to it. We've got to the point where now I figured that we should talk about what's around us. One of the things we've got is absolutely lovely. I'm assured it's a beech tree. Reckon it's at least a couple 100 years old. So this tree has probably seen all of the races on the South Downs Way. So if we were going to interview anyone for their thoughts on the previous editions, this tree would be a beneficial one. And with that wonderful use of the beech tree, we've got to our second lady, Sophie.
It was literally like, hello.
So we've got a team of men opening gates for her. She's worked that out well. She was in first, Sophie, going through around the first couple of bits, and in the last checkpoint, Justine was ahead. Now we only got a couple of minutes until the next couple of ladies will come through. Well done, chaps. Cheers. So we could actually, it should be like a minute or two till Kat Simpson, who we're expecting next with Hannah Green to come through, and then we might jump onto the next location. If you're enjoying this coverage today, please do get other people watching, because if it's just my mum, then it's a little bit embarrassing. We've got a couple of cyclists who've listened to us the whole way through this, probably waiting to come past, but maybe they're just enjoying the chatter and they wanted to know what kind of tree that was. If it isn't a beech tree, please do write in the comments and let us know, because I'm always willing to learn. And if you feel like if you have additional information on some of the runners that we're talking about, put it in the comments and let us know, because there's only so much we can do to figure it out. Oh, sorry, bud, you can come straight through. And here we have Kat Simpson and Hannah coming through to our third and fourth ladies. Teams of men. Yeah, wonderful.
Yes, thanks.
Good job. So that's our first four ladies that have come through, and like there was quite a gap to Justine at the front. As she said, 3:16 marathoner. She's got some road speed in there, and then we've got Kat, Hannah, and Sophie that are all kind of quite tightly packed here. It's very early doors. What is exciting is that out of those four ladies there, you'd expect at this stage that the winner might come from those four, but this is 100-mile racing. It could be someone who's pacing just behind Smarter at this stage. If you lose 3 or 4 minutes in the first half of 50 miles of a 100-miler, it means nothing. And I say that having come back from quite a way back at one of our races before. I think I was an hour and a half behind the leader, the North Downs Way once, and I caught him by the finish. That's just more for his pacing than mine. But anything can happen. But what is happening is that we've got an exciting men's race at the front and an exciting women's race that we've just seen come past us there. We're going to be back online at 10. So please do come back on and follow us. And in the meantime, tell some other people that there's some cracking live coverage going on for the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100. Ooh.
Three, two, one.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first times. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for. Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Welcome back for the next spot of live coverage from this year's Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100. And for you lucky people, it's not just me talking this time. We've got Centurion Running Race Director, James Elson.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks very much, Rob. How's it been going so far with the live?
I feel like I'm quite happy with the numbers we've had watching, and we've got some good questions coming in. And yeah, I thought it might just be my mum watching. I don't even know if
No, it looks good. Looks good.
But, it feels like we've filled some empty spaces with useful noise and a little bit of waffling, but we've got we're getting into the swing of things, and even here we've got some backup distractions if need be with some tiny horses. But that's if it's too quiet. We're at 35 miles into the race now at Cocking. We're not going to have runners coming past in this live segment. That's why we've given you second prize, James Elson.
Sorry, guys. I know it's not what you came here for. But on the next one, you'll see actual runners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we didn't want live coverage without runners the whole time, but this is good coverage. Yeah. And there's a cafe, and I needed some breakfast.
Yeah, and a coffee. Yeah.
How's the race going, James?
It's going really well. What are we? 4 hours and 2 minutes in. And things are starting to shake out a bit. I mean, there are already gaps between the leaders leaving the stake, right? It spreads out so quickly. But now it's a little clearer who's pushing up the front and who's potentially competitive in the long run. But from our point of view, we're at 35 miles, as Rob says. So checkpoint 1 has already closed down. Everyone's through there safely, all 430 starters. Most people, the thick of the pack, are just coming into checkpoint 2 at Queen Elizabeth Country Park, which is 22 miles. Then they get a brief stop at South Harting at 27, and the next checkpoint is just up the road from us here at 35 miles of Cocking. So we've already actually got the next 2 checkpoints already open. So the first half of the course is now ready. It's ready.
And we will have a highlights reel after this live. This live a bit shorter than the last one, but we'll have a highlights reel showing some of the runners in between the checkpoints and some action we've put together for you. But for now, it's just a bit of chatting. So what's the race looking like? We obviously coming out in the first couple of checkpoints, couple of lives. We saw Jeff pushing ahead, Cheshire pushing ahead. Is he extending that lead? Is it drawing back?
He's pushed out to about a 9-minute lead. Jeff is really capable. He's led this race really deep into the event twice. One time stopping unbelievably at Jevington, mile 96, the final checkpoint. The other time, he made it over the trig point to the road at mile 98, where he promptly sort of lay on the ground and decided it wasn't his day either, and then said, please don't tell James. I then went up the road and had a chat to Jeff while he was laying on the floor and suggested politely that it would still be worth walking to the finish from there.
Was he leading it?
He'd just been overtaken. So I think it was a low moment coupled with an almost complete physical collapse. To his credit, he did get up and get it done this time, but this is the one he wants. I mean, he won the Thames Bath 100 last year in what I think was his best ever performance. Awful conditions, low 14-hour time. Course record at Autumn 100, 13:58. This is the one he wants more than any other, and he's really capable guy. And he's gone out with intent, right? Like,
yeah, he's below the course record pace of Mark Perkins at the moment.
He is, yeah, just a few minutes, but enough. So when Mark set that course record, he didn't actually lead until this checkpoint. Stuart Mills, whose signature you'll remember back in the day. Stu Mills, absolute legend in the sport, and still he volunteers at our races. He was actually entered this year, but he's injured, so he's pulled out. But he went off in 2014 like a rocket and led Mark by several minutes through checkpoint 1. But then Mark, I was here watching Mark float up the hill past Stuart, and you could see Stuart's face just like, it was almost like the next generation coming through in front of his eyes. To Stuart's credit, he finished, but Mark just blew away the second half of the course. Like, we've never had splits as good since. So Jeff's ahead now, but he has to run a really consistent race to keep up with Mark's course record pace.
He was asking us at Old Winchester Hill how far behind second was. That's not a good sign that early into the race.
Yeah.
Like, you ideally want to be facing forward, looking at the checkpoints ahead of you and breaking that race down. If you're looking over your shoulder, you're already telling yourself that you're tired and you're worried about people overtaking you this early into the race. I don't know if that's how Jeff races normally, so maybe that's part of he's used to worrying about people and it keeps him going forward. But for me, I'd rather be chasing like something in the head.
So Jeff does his homework. He'll have checked out all the runners in advance, and actually he was one of the more negative ones about us joining World Trail Majors, because his issue was, I've always wanted to win this race, and now I'm potentially racing some high-end international athletes. And I had to reassure him and say, surely it would be, for him as a runner, it would be more satisfying to beat a high caliber field. And honestly, at the majority of our races, we don't run as deep as we are today. So Jeff would often be half an hour, 40 minutes ahead. But having someone push you, we see it time and again, don't we? When there's another athlete around you, you find a different gear.
It depends, isn't it? Sometimes it's the added stress of that, like, takes a physical toll on the athlete. And we should reassure Jeff that the main factor that we've spoke about already is that overseas runners are not going to be experienced with the gates. So they're going to be getting caught out every single gate. They're slowing down, they're braking, they're accelerating. With Jeff, at this stage, he probably knows most of those gates by name.
I should add, Jeff is part of our course marking team. So any event that Jeff isn't running with us, he's marking. So a few weeks ago at North Downs Way 50, he marked the middle portion of the course for us. To say Jeff knows this route would be a gross understatement. He knows every nook and cranny of it. So he'll know where he wants to push, and he'll, which so far has been the entire way. But, he'll be able to ration his effort, and having learned the hard way twice in the last few miles, just how wrong it can go. I think conditions are good. Today could be his day. But the pack behind him, we've got Rob Payne, who's one of your athletes.
Yeah,
GB International.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only, 9 minutes back?
Rob likes to start fast as well. Today, his instructions via sarcasm were to not be first out of the bowl. And he wasn't. He was running with Dan. He's been training well. He ran a sub 2:30 marathon last year. He's just over 7 hours of the 100K earlier this year. He's had a tough race in Vaxshaw for the 24-hour, but that might work in his favour for today, because he stopped before the night and got a full night's sleep. And when I was out there with him in Sweden, and part of the discussion was that this isn't your day here over 24 hours, but it means you might be starting this race without a 24-hour race in your legs. He has that. It wasn't too long ago, and there's still a bit of that in there, but he could be. He's a strong runner.
He's led here before unfortunately dropping as well. So he's another one with a monkey to get off his back here a little bit.
He's just, again, like, he's British 24-hour international. He's run over 250K in 24 hours. So, like, he's not someone you can discount over the course like this, and he knows how to suffer. He's been experimenting. Get this, he bought his own sweat sodium measure. So he's been doing his own, and been measuring at different points of his body, looking for different levels of sweat and at different effort levels to see if that's one of the factors that's led to him having fatigue in the second half of races. But he's an engineer by trade himself. Yeah, he's really been getting into the nitty gritty. So maybe this is the race for it. It starts to pay off. So
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I'm sure you've spoken about conditions already, but you were not going to get a better June day than this. It's 14, 15 degrees. There's a tailwind of 10, 15 miles an hour, and there's enough cloud cover to take the edge off the sun. It really is, today is the day. And I think Mark's course record stood since 2014. 10 years later, is it finally time it went? I know he'll be watching on, probably a little nervous at the depth of the men's field. Yeah, because behind Rob, you've got Pete Windross, who came through Harting Downs in 3:30. He's a minute back of Rob. Pete's previous winner here. And let's not forget, he's also sub 14 at Autumn 100. He's won the Thames Path. He's a really, really solid guy. Dave Phillips just behind him with Tian Irwi, a minute back. Dave recently won Northern Traverse, top 3 at the Arc. Again, Summer Spine winner last year and set a course record there. Tian, who you've probably mentioned already, South African runner.
He looks super controlled.
He probably looks the most in control, right? Yeah.
When you're used to running races that are like nearly 300 miles long, 4 days, you know how to pace yourself. And he finished strong at those longer events, and the Ultra Trail Drakensberg. That was quite a technical race, so maybe that was more his strength. So if he's got the running legs there, maybe that'll take its toll a little bit. But he did look super controlled coming into but he's got that Drakensberg race not that long ago. In
2 months, yeah. I think you're right what you just said there. This is a real runner's course. Like, he's used to much more technical and steeper ground than you get here. There's really past a champion of this very event. It's nothing super steep here, and there's certainly no technical ground.
It's full of climbs that you could run, but should you run them? And that's one of the things that the runners in the first half will be asking themselves: I could run up this, but should I be running it? And actually, for the most part, the answer's no for a lot of it.
Agreed.
But runners trick themselves and think, well, actually, I should be running this, and end up tipping over that effort level that, from 100-mile effort to something that's a little bit feistier that they cannot sustain for 14, 15, 16 hours, and then it comes back to bite them.
Spot on. But I still think the sleepers, I said this morning and sort of got not laughed at, but
laughed at.
Maybe it's maybe slight favouritism on my part, but Dan Lawson and Jez Bragg are running together in 7th and 8th. Well, Dan, as any of you will know, is one of our sort of best friends in the sport, and another one of your athletes, actually. Yeah. But we've been on 24-hour teams with him for years, and we've got this quality podcast that used to exist, the British Ultra Running Podcast. Just advertise a podcast that's been defunct
I don't
for a
listen
year.
to that. Do you listen to it?
We don't even record it anymore, right. No point. But obviously, he was second at South Downs Way 50 a few months ago. His most recent exploit, his CV is too deep to go through here. But he got burned hard there, where he went off super quick, running with Kim Collison, and they blew each other up. And in the end, Alistair Courtney passed Dan in the last 2 miles.
On the road as well?
Yeah, on the road. We've got a horse joining us.
This is what we hope will happen. Can we pan round to...
Look at this.
This location, you wonder why. Look at these. These are actually to scale. That's
if anyone's just tuning in, they might think they've actually tuned into the wrong. Yeah. So I still think Jez and Dan are gonna be the.
They should come through the field. They're both experienced. Jez, obviously, UTMB winner. I'd love to see Jez have a great.
I would. He's back. Yeah. I'm telling you, he's back.
He's a lovely bloke.
And I spoke to a couple of his mates in the run up, and they said, well, Pat Robbins in particular said Jez is not going to toe the line unless he's ready for it. So we'll see. Yeah, ladies' race. So they're through Queen Elizabeth, not Harting Downs as yet. Justine Putnam, who was first at checkpoint 1, is through first in 3:31. I feel like she's a bit of an unknown because she's not super experienced in the world of ultras. She got some decent marathon performances behind her, but not since 2018 by the looks of it. So
it's hard, isn't it, to figure out? Sometimes we've got a few websites we use. It like in the UK, we've got the Power of 10, which is it looks at sub ultra mostly, but it includes some ultra and road. And
it should include any UKA sanctioned races, but doesn't always.
And then the DUV ultra marathon website in run by some wonderful Germans. And those are kind of our resources we go to. And Justine's doesn't feature heavily on there.
No.
She qualified with the London to Brighton Trail Race.
Yeah.
So you've done that one. I've done that one.
Well, I think it's a slightly different course than the old school days 15 years ago. But yeah, no, she has, and that's a tough route. Obviously, it crosses the downs over near what is for us mile 70-ish. But I feel like she's the unknown because the women behind her have all got previous results and good experience, and we know much more about them than we do about Justine, I think. So it's great. Like, she's obviously feeling good and making good of the conditions. Here comes some kind of Discovery Rally drive. So she's through in 3:31, but Kat,
solid lead though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 11 minutes. So Kat and Hannah are together. Now, Kat's one of our old team runners here. And she was second last year. I don't think she's raced much, if at all. This is probably the next 100 for her.
She's a nurse and intense that.
Yeah.
She's back here at a race she enjoys. She lives close to South Downs towards the second half. So that second half of the course, she knows it really well. Yeah. She's one of our strongest British runners over 24 hours.
So in a way, she's another one stepping down in distance, isn't she? Because she's got plenty of 100-mile experience, but she knows what it's like to go a lot further.
When it comes to suffering, and this is the second half of these races, it's not necessarily about how fast you are, but how well you just keep moving when things are tough. And that's one thing Kat we know can do well. She's come back onto the trails more after some tough results over 24 hours, and with that you bring a lot of love for running on trails. And it's one of the beauties of 24-hour running, so you can use it when you get to tough spots. When you're actually moving towards a finish line, things are going tough. It just brings so much. It makes it a lot easier to run a point-to-point race. And Kat will have that strength because if she can keep herself moving when, frankly, you're just going back to the place you started, come to a point-to-point race, she could cruise through in that second half. She'll be on home trails. And back to Justine, the other thing that might play into her favour, it might be a first 100-mile race.
I think it is from the look of it, yeah.
One of the things there is that she's got no comparison to herself. Other runners, so like Kat might have come through to one of the checkpoints and know that she was there quicker a couple of years ago, or she knows she normally runs faster in this trail. When you're in your first 100-miler, that unknown does help you. Yeah. So you're not kind of comparing yourself to previous results. You've got better days, different weather, different conditions. And if you're in first place, being chased down, you've got a reason to keep running. So this 11-minute lead, if she stretches that out a bit further and does hit like some trouble spots in the second half, new grounds of nutrition and hydration coming into it, new levels of pain. They're wonderful. She's got a reason to keep pushing, which could help her.
I feel like Kat runs with a lot more peace. It sounds a bit strange, but more peace than she used to. You know, she is somebody who is very able to just turn off the competition. She won't care where she is in the field right now. She'll think about it later on. And I've last year chatted to her loads of times over the first 2/3 of the course. Forget it, doesn't matter. Just enjoy my day, staying on top of everything, just enjoying the surroundings. But when it gets into the final thirds, I think then she'll get her sort of game face on. And if the gaps are closer, I feel like her endurance and ability and sort of knowledge of how to suffer and get it done could be a big factor.
It's fascinating because often in ultra running, you look at their personalities, with some lovely, friendly people. Kat is very soft character, right?
Yeah.
We forget that these are fierce competitors. Like if it comes to it in that final stage, and she needs to push herself to new limits to chase someone down in first place, you can count it's going to happen. Yeah. Like it's not a case of like these are smiley, happy people. Dan Lawson, another good example of that. People think because he's lighthearted, he jokes around, he's enjoying the first half of that race. If there's a race on, these people that have competed internationally for 24 hours, they've been at world champs, European champs, they will turn it on to that next level that sometimes others just can't go quite as deep.
Yeah.
There was Hannah Green.
Yeah, Hannah's with Kat. Yeah. And you wonder if they keep each other company for a good stretch, if that could easily, these miles, it's a tough section. You've run 50K, your body knows about that already, however well trained you are coming in. Then there's a sort of a section between sort of 30 and 50 where you're still so far out from the finish, but you're fueling your stomach, you start to experience that fatigue is where you've really got to focus. But I think some people get too caught up in that at this stage, and we see the drops in this race through this section in particular, Cocking, Horton and Washington. They'll drop like flies later because mainly psychologically they're just phased too much by what's ahead.
This is the only section when I run it that I use music from 30 to 50.
Interesting.
And normally I'd say that for the latter stages of the race when it's quite tough and you put the music in. In a race like this where you've got pacers, brings another element into it. So it depends if these runners have got pacers that they're picking up. That could make or break their races as well. But it's that you've come a long way, your legs are tired, but you're still not even halfway. And that's where it really plays with your mind. You're thinking, hold on. And some of the downhills here, I mean, you can see where they're coming from here. I'll try not to point away.
Really far.
You can come through quick. You can really like batter your quads a little bit on that. It's lovely running. You make good time. You're getting close to the finish, but you're still 10 hours away. And that really plays with the athlete's minds because pain is relative to how much more pain's to come. And what's painful at this point here, it comes with the weight of another 10 hours of running, and that will play into the athlete.
They've also got 10 miles from here to Horton. Now, if you've got crew, you can be met here at Cocking, mile 35, and you can be met up at Bignor Hill as well, which is kind of closer to Horton than here, about 6 miles from here. But Crude Runner has that little bit of potentially one more bounce point in what is quite a long exposed 10-mile section with a number of up and down. So usually on this course, it's a checkpoint, climb, descent, definitely in the second half. That's the common shape of the course. Whereas at this point, over the next 10 miles, they've got to cover efficient at dropping into a hike, getting a good run downhill, as Rob says, without crashing your quads, manage section. This is a big like crux in the race. I think.
Focus on that hydration quite as much. Yep. The wind is going to wick away. It's on their backs, wick away a decent amount of sweat. People could be getting a little bit dehydrated without that kind of warning system that they're overheating. And often that might come into play as well. So there's a lot of exciting racing ahead, I think.
Yeah,
probably.
Totally. I mean, that's again. I'd say the men's race is more front-loaded with high-caliber athletes, but both races are exciting because they're close. So I really hope that later in the day we're seeing that kind of racing back and forth over the final miles. I mean, that's just so exciting to watch.
The women's race has got a British international in the top five.
And also there's some runners there that back like top 5, top 10 who are probably playing the smart pacing game that we're not even seeing at this stage, that we'll be talking about later. There's actually a few flecks of rain in here. That's going to help them.
I think I said on the earlier one, the North Downs Way, obviously, when I did it, the first Endurance race, I think I was an hour and a half back at halfway.
Yep.
All right. So that just goes to show, and I'm not suggesting that.
I just wanted you to know that
I've already mentioned it once already. Like, you mentioned I won this one. I won a second Thames Path. This is good. Right? Yeah. I big myself up, James, because my confidence is low often. I'm quite a nervous man. But that is definitely not. Over the second half of these races, a race like South Downs Way, because you can run a decent amount of it, that horse is looking at me.
I think you'll be all right.
I start walking on a flat section like this or a downhill, not just the uphills. 5 minutes, 10 minutes is gone. If you sit down in a checkpoint, 5-10 minute lead is gone.
Or with your crew. And I think the danger of crew here is the lure of the chair, especially later on. There's plenty of crew points between checkpoints, which are regular enough anyway. And an hour gets split into half an hour between crew points. You lose 2-3 minutes at each, as you say. That really adds up. Also, the thing here is there's really no excuse if you're pushing the front to be not moving well on ground like this. So it's sort of gentle descent and flat. And if another runner comes up on you, there's that whole psychology of I'm getting past like I'm standing still.
We spoke on the last one about perception of effort, and like I remember at 100 Hills when I blew up when Mark Derbyshire come past me in that one. Like my brain just
blew past.
Yeah, it felt like he was running 5-minute miles, and I think he was running like 8-minute miles.
Yeah,
and over the second half of this race, someone can run 8-9 minute miles on a full flat section.
Back
and the runner they're overtaking it just feels like they're not moving at all, and that will just absolutely driving down.
Yeah.
We've got Carlos.
Yeah, we've got some motorist people. So we've been rambling for 25 minutes.
We could get Carlos in, or should we?
I think probably we'll use him on the next one because he's going to be like, hell, guys, you could have given me some warning. Well, let's probably wrap it up.
I think we should wrap it up because the next time it'll be
12 o'clock. From the checkpoint.
Yeah, from the checkpoint, we'll see some of the volunteers in action. And I'm going to eat some of the food, so you know that it's got extra for that, right?
Plenty, yeah. We allowed for that, and you're coming in. Yeah.
And now I think there's going to be a highlight reel showing some of the action rather than just two chaps talking.
Yeah.
See you back on here at 12 o'clock. If you are enjoying it, please tell some other people to come along and enjoy some waffling. It'll be me on my own this time.
Yeah.
Thanks
for having me. You may see me again, but probably not to the finish. So good
luck.
Yeah,
James is happy. We're happy. Cheerio.
Cheers, everyone.
Well done. Go runners, well done.
Come back live quickly as Jeff's coming through. How you going, Jeff? You don't want to get in your way. Crack on.
Cheers, mate. Nice, yeah. Well done,
Cheers.
buddy.
Didn't have time for an interview, apparently. Which a little bit. We'll keep going. He's coming in quite nicely now. We're moving really well on the more the course record pace. Seemed pretty happy. I think he's in a good place. He's probably aware. He can hear us talking about him right now. Sorry, Jeff. Keep it up, bud. He'll go through that checkpoint quite quickly. Maybe we'll get. Moving. Ooh. Up here. Hey, Robbie. How you going? Okay. That's a little bit undulating. It's on the hills. Just a little bit taut more than a little bit taking a little bit harder than I wanted. But okay. Okay. Watch this road. Going in. Road, yeah. It's all right. You might as well follow him rather than me. I'm trying to check these working. I had some flour. No, I had a problem with the valve on this one. It just wouldn't come out. For whatever reason, it wouldn't. You turned it around? Yeah. So no, those working. Those check those. So I'm taking the other one out. Yeah, go to that. Okay.
Anything else you need?
I just know the positive electrolyte from the energy snacks flask. Cheers, thanks. I'll just take. Oh, I got the gels. Thanks, guys. Now I need that starter as well. That's
Do you need what else do you need?
That's it, I think. I don't think I'm going to take that. No, I'm not going to take the soft flask. That's it.
Nothing from the you don't need
no, fine, good. I will take Nick's aid station. I will take that 250ml of electrolytes to go because it's a long way to Washington.
That in the back?
Yeah, it's in the box. It should be mixed in the electrolyte. Have you got it? It's just the white one standing up. Yeah. Got just rubbish. What's the rubbish? Don't leave that, do we? No, they were going to get it. Put it in the bin. Through there, he's dropped off a few of his gels and he's picked up a few new ones. Seemed to be going well. Seemed worried about the people around him. Wasn't a particularly quick checkpoint through there. It did feel like he wanted it to last a bit longer. He was asking for extra things. The gap behind has closed down, so it'd be interesting to see what the next runner's time split at this checkpoint is and how quickly in and out they come through. But don't get thinking we're going to cover it this well at every single checkpoint. We're just very lucky there to have Jeff come in just as we were here, and great to see the race in action. So we'll be live on again when we have a scheduled one at 12. But now I'm going to go and get a sandwich. Bye. See you later.
going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line. Your 2024 champion.
Welcome to Centurion Ultra Running Store. I'm here at our shop just outside of Wheathampstead near St Albans. We've got our in-person store here and you can come and visit us once a month. We open for coffee, for chats, for guided runs. We often have a guided run during the day and for all your trail, ultra and mountain running needs. Come in. Welcome back.
We've got a real exciting update, and we're here just in time to see it happening. The change is a change in the lead in the women's race. Kat Simpson of the Centurion Ultra team is coming through right now. Hi, Kat. Yeah, good. You feeling good? You're the leader. You're moving really well. It's early doors, but the last checkpoint, Kat was 7 minutes behind Justine, and she has taken that back and some in that small section. That's the thing with a race like the South Downs Way, is that because it's so runnable, when a runner is struggling, other people are going to come past, catch them up, and they're on them and gone. Kat's moving there. We can't really see her anymore. That 7 minute gap from the previous checkpoint to Justine has disappeared, and now we're going to see when Justine comes through now. We've got other people coming through as well. Hannah Green and Sophie Bennett are together. It looks like they're pretty close together, and they're going to be coming into this checkpoint as well. So for the next section, we're going to get coverage of the women's race as it comes through Cocking at 35 miles. It's still early doors in the race, but we're already seeing some changes up front, and it's really exciting. Someone of Kat's caliber, if she has got, as a British international for 24 hours, if you give her too much of a lead, she will hold it. So these runners behind are going to have to react to this, or we could be seeing a runaway leader at this moment. Can't see anyone coming. So quick update on the men's race. We've still got Jeff Cheshire at the front. He came into this checkpoint. We saw it on the live. I spoke to his sister, and to me, he looked like he was working quite hard, but she said that's what he usually looks like. We know from chatting to James before that he knows how to close out these races, but he's also had some tough times in the final stages being overtaken. It looks like Rob Payne, who had a bit of a gap behind him, has taken that through. He took, I think, 2.5, 3 minutes in the checkpoint itself. Rob was in, uncrewed, changed his bottles, very organised. Again, another one of our 24-hour runners. And he took 2 or 3 minutes in that checkpoint. There's 15 minutes between our top 8 men. So it is tightly packed up the field when he came through the checkpoint at Cocking. So it looks like Rob and Jeff are together. Very, very. Jeff will be looking over his shoulder and seeing the tall, lanky figure of Rob Payne for sure. I mean, you can probably see Rob from a couple of miles away. But at this point, Jeff was looking back. Now, Pete was third behind them, moving well. Dan Lawson came through that checkpoint a little bit further back in the field, but has since moved up. This is Dan's kind of terrain. He floats up like runnable hills like this. He's a tiny little chap, and it's frankly disparaging to run with him up runnable hills. I run with him in the desert on sand. That's the worst place to run with Dan, because it's like having a lizard alongside you. He doesn't sink in. Behind him, Tian Irwi, who was moving up through the ranks, he seems to have dropped back a little bit, and the likes of Jez Bragg and Dave Phillips have moved up. So it's interesting. He's still only in the first half of the race, the first third even, and we're seeing changes that's going to make this an exciting race to follow. Just checking behind me. That felt like a nice natural place to finish, and actually we're going to keep doing some live coverage for a while. I made some other notes with the women's race at the last checkpoint. Justine was 7 minutes ahead of Kat, and then Hannah and Sophie were another 4 or 5 minutes back. So we've already had a couple of minutes past since Kat's been through. She had her father, who's another one of our experienced Centurion Ultramarathon runners. He was at the checkpoint waiting for her. Right, hey boys. So hopefully she's in and out of there, and I say hopefully we want to race. I don't want to show any bias. She's on our Centurion Ultra team. One of my 24-hour teammates. So Kat will go in there, and she'll probably be. We can actually see up ahead onto the next climb. You probably can't see because we're filming it. Go through there in a yellow jersey. It's the iconic Centurion yellow jersey. We've got some more runners coming through now. Number 351 coming through. How are you going? Doing a nice job. Going good. Have a runner down through.
Back right there, I think.
Looking through. Down back because actually I think he has feet tiny horses. Again, we've seen this terrain already. It is quite runnable. What would be interesting to look at if you're watching this kind of coverage? Look at how comfortable people look. Look at how their head is. If their head's up, their arms are driving back. Do they look relaxed running on this terrain? Do they look tired? I don't want to say it. I'll say it when they've gone past. Looking good, bud. Oh, careful. Nice bounce in the stride there. Looking very relaxed, sir. So have a look at some of the runners here. Remember, we're 35 miles in. I don't want to say it when they're listening, but we are very early doors still. If people look like they're struggling at this point, it's going to be a long day ahead. But hopefully people are coming past, smiling. Is good? Yeah. Smile, half grimace on that one. How are we going? We've got Justine coming through second, lady. How are you feeling?
Bad.
Bad. I like to use the PC version there to put the PG version. Look, you're moving well. Point just ahead. At that point, Justine let us know that she's not. Yeah.
you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Welcome to Centurion Ultra Running Store. I'm here at our shop just outside of Wheathampstead near St Albans. We've got our in-person store here and you can come and visit us once a month. We open for coffee, for chats, for guided runs. We often have a guided run during the day and for all your trail, ultra and mountain running needs. Come in. Welcome back.
Hello and welcome back to the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100. And we think we have a runner coming. I'm going to just turn around so I'm not surprised. It could just be a recreational runner. It could be our men's leader. I've recently had my eyes tested and I've still got no idea. I did pass the eye test. I reckon it could be, and this is where it could be exciting for you guys if you're tuning in for an update. It's no longer Jeff Cheshire in the front. It's no longer Rob Payne in the front. We've got Pete Windross who's taken the lead. coming up the latest couple of climbs. If this is him now, we'll update on that. I can see a white bib on the top there, so we'll see them. We're at around 59.5 miles into the race now. It's starting to get exciting. I've got some updates from previous winners and course record holders of the race, and this is one of the sections that they both named as one that kind of was make or break for them. They started to feel like the race was going their way after a more conservative start. So the racing is just starting to happen. We've got Pete Windross closely followed by Rob Payne, Dan Lawson behind him, a couple of other boys just behind there. Hugh Tibbs, Matthew Hamilton, and Jez Bragg, the experienced Jez Bragg, UTMB winner. But right now, I think this is Pete Windross going to come. He's going to come up to another gate in a second as well. So we'll see how well he's managing the gates. I feel like he's the kind of man that will manage the gate well. I'm going to just get that out of the way. Don't want that in the way, do we? That's not that's assisting everyone at this point. Yeah, that's definitely Pete coming through. How exciting. Just in time, as if we scheduled this to be here at this time. And Pete was like, yeah, I'll be there. He's coming directly through, so let's get out of his way. Where do you want the line? Nice work, buddy. Nice work. Pete looks like he's in a rush. He's going to go through this gate. Ooh, it's not. Is that gate going to close itself, Pete? Yes, and he's off as quick as he's gone. Wow. That is a very, very quick moving Pete Windross. He's won a few of our races. He's got some fantastic times, under 14 hours at the Autumn 100. So he's got the pedigree to run this race super, super fast. He's won here before. He's just taken the lead. Is he going too quick at this point? That looked like a finishing sprint to me. He was absolutely gliding. If that's how he feels and how good he is, then wow. Right, we're going to see some absolutely flying times in the second half. I asked James Elson if the course record was still on at this point. He left me a voice note when we went live, so I haven't listened to it. It's there. I might listen to it in a minute. But looking at Pete, the way he's running there now, I would say that if he keeps going like that, then the course record could well be in danger. I've assured Mark Perkins that it will be safe. No, I didn't assure that. I can't guarantee that at all. But Pete is absolutely flying there. The question is he flying because that's how he feels and that's what his pace is going to be? Or is he flying because he's on an adrenaline rush and going into first place? Rob Payne coming next. Rob Payne's really tall. It's one of his defining attributes, as well as being a lovely chap. And hopefully we'll see him above the grass kind of coming over a bit. But Pete's passed him and put in a significant gap already. He's only passed him after the Washington checkpoint, which is 54 miles. So in the 5 miles since, Pete has put in a significant gap. And from the way he was moving, you can tell why. And that's the thing with the South Downs Way. If you've been smart in the first half of this race, Pete was further back from our other runners. He didn't go off the front. And you can move well in the second half. That's what's going to happen. You can put huge gaps into people at this stage. I should get you, Ross, if you see him coming, just come and give me a little wink. So at this point, and so I spoke to Mark Perkins, who's the course record holder, 14 hours and 3 minutes from 2014. That's a long time ago. And many people have said that update, that record is updating. But we have to remember that before Mark was in, when he ran that record, he ran a 12 hour and 3 minutes flat 100 miler. He won the Berlin 113 hours. He was absolutely in the form of his life. And he ran the second fastest time ever on the Gran Union Canal race with Dan Lawson, who's also in this race. He was the only person who went quicker than him. Absolutely flying form. So the record is solid here. From this section onwards, and I spoke to Mark just now, and he said that from Washington, he had a little wobble before here. And coming out of Washington, he was told by a friend that he's in his manner now. He's on home trails. And the whole way that resonated with him to the finish. Pete Windross knows these trails as well. So if it's kind of that comfort of knowing you're on home trails, or not quite home for Pete, but you're on trails, can he go faster than Mark Perkins did in 2014? We're going to find out as the rest of this race goes on. With the likes of Rob Payne, Dan Lawson and Jez Bragg chasing you, that's a reason to keep going quick. So it'd be interesting to see if he is going well at the next time we see him further on the trail. I'm going to quickly look around for Rob again. Rob! Can't see him. It's nowhere. It's a tall man. We should see him quite soon. Whilst we're waiting for Rob, right? Like he's been stood up on a dinner day here. Pete was on time for our schedule that we did not expect to see him here. Some of the updates from the women's race as well. we've got. Hopefully, you saw some of the changing of the guard at the last checkpoint at Cocking, which was 34 miles in, and we kept saying, "Oh, everything can change. Everything can change. It's only early doors." Kat Simpson moved into the lead there in 6 hours and 6 minutes, and she put 7 minutes into Justine. And we saw Justine come through. You might not have heard it on the live timers, but I asked her how she felt. She said she felt bad. She hesitated for a second because I think she was going to yell some expletives, and then she said bad. She's moved on well since then. She's still going, but people passed. I'm going to ruin people's afternoon in the countryside with my senseless chatter. But Justine was in there in second. Sophie Bennett was another 6 minutes behind her. We saw her. She was smiling. She was happy. She was eating and drinking in the checkpoint. She was moving well and seemed in a lot of better place than Justine. But Justine was still moving. And then behind her, you had Hannah Green 6:21 for another couple of minutes. So that race is very much on for the women's as well. And behind them was Karen Benway, who comes over from the USA. We were made aware of Karen by our friends at the Corvette Mega Trail, which is another race in the World Trail Majors over in Canada. And they said she came to her race in 2022 in the 110K and she was third. And she's been in the races like the Vermont 100 in the US. She's been in the top 10 there 3 times. She was 5th at the Tahoe Rim 100. I've got a bit of paper on my notes, just in case we wonder, I'm like looking down. Can't give it away. I don't know all this. I'm not like a human encyclopedia of results. I have DUV to thank for some of these as well. But Karen's coming up, and she was 15 minutes back of Hannah. So she's a bit further back, but that's 35 miles in. Hannah's running a good race, and she comes up here, and she's Pete Windross in it along this bit of trail. That time gap ahead can absolutely disappear. Gonna have a quick peek around for Rob. He's coming. Well, someone's coming. I don't know if they're tall or not, but if you look over there, you probably can't see anything, but I can see him, and I'm excited. One other thing to mention is, and it was quite interesting at the last checkpoint at Cocking, Kat came in and she was in first, very relaxed. There was a mix-up with her gels. She wasn't able to get her gels at that checkpoint, and it was they were taken forward to Houghton. So there was a bit of confusion there. She didn't take any extra off. I can say this because I don't think Sophie, Justine, and Karen and everyone are listening to this, but for the viewers at home, Kat did miss her gels at that checkpoint, so hopefully she had a few extras on her and she's able to make it through. We'll ask her when we see her next. But actually, when we spoke to Tim Bradley, last year's winner, in a lot hotter conditions than this, he mentioned a similar issue from Washington. He missed his drinks at Washington. He had crew, and they crewed him just after the checkpoint. So we ran through the checkpoint. His crew had just missed him. He was going quicker than expected, and he ran this next section hot conditions without water. So he was able to slow down, manage it well, and rehydrate when he got to the next checkpoint. And that's the kind of experienced ultra runner you're going to hopefully. With Kat as well, she's been in lots of in situations where it hasn't quite gone to plan. It's one of the key factors of ultra running, and we'll see how she gets through that. I imagine she's got the capabilities to get through that okay, but we'll find out. Maybe there's a little glimmer of hope for those behind to keep catching her. Oh, he is coming, but not as quick as Pete. Pete came down here, and sadly he was upon us. Rob's still moving well, and I think we kind of get, like, you may remember at this point they are nearly 100 kilometers if we're going to go Eurocentric, 59.5 miles into the race. That's a decent distance. And one of the things that they'll be feeling at this moment is that, I'm 2/3 through my race. I've got a long way done. My legs are sore, but it's a real harrowing thing to remember at times. I'll say it before Rob gets here, because we're going to remind him too. Evidently, he'll know this. And then sometimes you get that situation, and it can get you down a little bit. He's just been passed, but he passed and then was passed. So his mindset, we'll see as he comes in now. We'll give him a bit of a shout ahead of time, and he might give us a little quote. Hopefully it's family friendly. Hey, Rob, we can see you from miles away. You're very tall. Have you got anything for the live coverage? You're live now. How are you feeling?
Bit lower, but getting through it.
Down, mate. Yeah. Looking really good, buddy. Looking really good. The music's in at this stage.
I threw up over there in 2017.
I'll pass that on. Rob said he threw up over there in 2017. He has DNF this race as well in the past. And I think he's beyond the point of his last racing. He's looking really strong. He's had some tough races of late. Cooler conditions suit him. He's a heavy sweater. Hopefully doesn't mind me saying that. And he's a regular vomiter by the sounds of it. But he's actually moving really well. I've seen Rob in races at quite dark places. He was at the Verona European 24-hour champs a couple of years ago, and the hamstring sniper got him in really at like later stages, about 20, 21 hours in. At this point here, he looks a lot better than I've seen him in recent races. But so Pete doesn't look as good as Pete did. Pete was absolutely flying. There's someone else coming. Next up, we've got... I'll try and face the camera when I spoke. Next up, we've got Dan Lawson, and around him at the same time, Hugh Tibbs. So a bit of information on Hugh. I had to check him out. Hugh Tibbs and Matthew Hamilton are 4th and 5th. They've got nearly identical marathon PBs, both 2:37 high guys. Hughes were a bit more recently. He ran 2:37 last year at Valencia, really, really quick marathon in Spain. And then this year he ran 2:38.41 in London. Right, so he's coming into this with good form. His background is more shorter distance focused. He did do the Putney Loop Backyard Ultra. For those who aren't aware, Backyard Ultras are, you start a 4.3 mile loop. That might be wrong, but it's around that. 7.4k something. It's a loop. You run it, and you've got to run it within 1 hour, and then you stop. And at the start of each hour, you go again. Hugh was second at that race, so he did all right. It's all right, but he didn't. Everyone who isn't first is a DNF in those events. So he was second there, not earlier this year, with 117k, which is a decent outing. He's got that in the legs. Whereas you've got Matthew Hamilton, who's in 5th. And we're talking, so these guys now have got about 12 minutes until we get to them. Imagine that, I'm going to have to talk for another 12 minutes. Hopefully not. They might have actually sped up a little bit. But then there's 4 minutes between those three. Dan and Hugh are together coming out of Washington, and Matthew's 4 minutes back. And then Matthew, he's another 2:37 marathoner, and he's got some good results. So he's won our Wendover with 50k, which is it's a really strong performance there. And he's been third at the UTS 50k, which is a faster, slightly more technical race. Third in 2023, 8th this year. The competition level was higher this year. But both of those good results. And then not far behind him was Jez Bragg, who we all want to see moving well. Hopefully he's coming through with a smile on his face, not looking for some mountains to hike up. But Jez has got some good pedigree on the road as well. People know Jez for his UTMB win. He's actually represented, I believe, England at least, England definitely, maybe Great Britain as well, over 100k on the road. And he's got some solid 100k results on the road as well. Woo. Take a breath, and I look behind me again. I get nervous. I know no one's coming, but I just want to check. I think I can see 2 runners. And what's interesting at this point is we're beyond 50 miles, so we could be seeing. Does he not know we're doing live timing and there's a motorbike revving his engine? Calm down, mate. We see 3 runners now. The first one is Dan Lawson. He's coming through now. Behind, I reckon we've got Hugh and a pacer. From 50 mile onwards, you can have a pacer with you. So Dan's coming through here, and then that can work in both ways. Obviously, one's got a psychological crutch, but Dan's going to see his best friend when he comes and watches the live timings. Just kidding, James Elson's in here. But I'll give him a wave. Hi, Dan! Dan's moving well. Watch Dan's style. He just, like, you can imagine him running up a sand dune. He doesn't sink in. He just floats. He floats along. He feels at one with nature. Let's see if he gives us a quote for the live timing. Dan, you got anything for the live coverage? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel like I've run a smart race in the moment, yeah. Keep going, like I feel, yeah. I haven't pushed myself basically, yeah.
Time for that later, mate. First 8 miles were easy.
No, come on, get on. Great to see you, darling. Wow. Go for it.
That's a man who just loves being outside. He's moving well. He's relaxed. He's within himself. This is a man with a 24-hour PB of 273 kilometers in one day. In 12 and a half hours, he's run for 100 miles. That was last year at 50. He's running PBs at shorter distances from 5k, half marathon at the age of 50. He really is a phenomenal athlete. He's also a bloody lovely person. So it's nice to see him moving well. He'll be eating and fueling well, and he's just disappeared off. This little bald head. It's gone. Probably a bit cold. He loves the sun. And this is, I guess this is Hugh. Is this Hugh? Yeah, this is Hugh coming with a pacer. Hugh, have you got any quotes for the live coverage? Shout at the camera.
Feeling all right. There we go. Sorry, terrible quote.
No, that's wonderful.
Don't hear that.
Just really want it. Well done at London and Valencia. Some cracking results there.
Cheers, thank you. My pacer can't open gate.
Oh, gate. Oh my God.
Vicky, this isn't live TV. What are you doing? I told you. Here you go.
Oh my God, you can't get the help these days. Good job, guys. Keep it up. Hugh Tibbs and his pacer discovering just the drama that is the gates of the South Downs Way. I want that as this evidence that it needs to be taken into account when racing in the UK, that our times, we've got some fast runners here. When you take into the account of the gates, probably faster than the likes of Jim Walmsley and Hayden Hawks, are people having to open as many gates as that. 100 gates and styles. For those who haven't seen the styles yet, if you haven't aware of a style, it's like a plank of wood on a little bench. Finn, it's all right. Some Dan Lawson fan clubs. He was very happy though. He was very happy, and he just trotted past. That's all right. It's all right. We're here to let people know on the internet and in real person where Dan Lawson is. Unless you're working for the government, they're probably looking for him too. So yeah, the gates. Look at those gates. They really can interrupt a runner's rhythm. The rider as well. That guy, poor chap's going from his bicycle. And it's one of the benefits of having a pacer at this stage is they can open the gates for you, unless they're that guy and he just isn't able to do it properly. Like 5 minutes ago. It's all right. Part of the Dan. And the yeah, so we've got Dan's a very popular man. He's from this area, not far apart. He's got some people that follow him far and wide. Hopefully next up we're gonna have Matthew Hamilton. He was only 4 minutes past the last one. So he should be here quite soon. But with Dan and Hugh so close together, like Hugh saying they didn't feel great, but he runs 60 miles for you. He's probably getting close to, by looking at it, the longest Hugh's ever run. If he did 117 at the Backyard Ultra, before long he's going to be setting PBs with every step. It doesn't matter how fast you go, and if you've never run that far before, it's a distance PB. So we should be seeing Hugh catching up, and I think maybe he's in that lucky place. So Dan knows what's coming. Hugh is blissfully unaware of the pain he's going to see in the latter stages, and hopefully that keeps him smiling longer than he would be if he knew. But Dan loves pain, so Dan's all right about it as well. I should probably. How long have we been going live now? 20 minutes. We said we would get the top 5 for you guys coming through. I'll have a quick. I had a bit of an update from both last year's winners, Tim Bradley, and the course record holder for the men's, Mark Perkins, and they both mentioned something quite important at this stage. They both mentioned how controlled and calm they were in the first half of the race. Mark Perkins said he actually took a lot of pressure off himself because Stuart Mills, who was at Cocking checkpoint supporting him, he set off really fast. So a lot of our splits for course record time are off Stuart for the first 30 miles, and then Mark went past him. And for Mark, it meant he was able to kind of focus on his own race because he looked at Stuart disappear and said, I'm never going to catch that man. I don't have to worry about first place. And it put him in a very calm and relaxed place. And he said he remembers, even though it was 10 years ago now, being very, very at one with nature, and kind of very relaxed, calm and tranquil the whole way through. So it's kind of an interesting thing. And Tim Bradley last year said, well, he wasn't, come on past, don't worry. If you want a break, you can have one, but don't use us.
You don't want to ruin your
camera. We're going live for ages. Looking good, bud. I think he wanted a rest. That's why he was waiting for us. So Tim said the same thing. He said he was really controlled in the first half. He actually only took the lead at Washington last year. He went past Hendrick, I want to say, at 54 miles in. And from this point onwards, he was kind of worried about the guy behind him, but was moving well enough that he didn't have to be because he got really heat. Thanks. Interrupting it 2 times wasn't enough. They went to do with a horn and all. Where is Dan Lawson? Where is he? He's over there somewhere, little head bobbing off into the distance. But yeah, Tim said the same thing. He was super relaxed in the first half. Come up here, and this was only the first time he'd taken the lead on a much hotter day. And he missed his checkpoint, like his refill of fluids at that checkpoint. He came through here without water on a scorching hot day. He wasn't wearing a down jacket like us. And yeah, managed to control himself well enough that he was going okay. I think we've got another runner coming up, or a selection of cyclists. There's someone in bright orange. I think that's a runner and pacer. It looked like there was two people there. One maybe had a bib on, and then it was a bright orange pacer. We could make the pacers wear mandatory bright colours so we could see them from further away. But we'll keep going and keep chattering until Matthew's been through. And I can inform him that his marathon PB is almost identical to the man ahead. And he's got a pacer that can't open gates. So then we'll see how his pacer manages to gate ahead. And the one other thing, we spoke to Beth and Mal, who holds our female record of 16:49. I want to double check that because it's a number. 16:49.57. Sneaking on the 1650s. That was from 2022. And Bethan's her memories of this. She races a lot on the South Downs. It's previously at home. She now lives in Nice in France. But she races a lot up here. And she's one of the memories she has from this race. It's going into the Queen Elizabeth Country Park with Fatboy Slim coming onto her MP3s, MP3 player, and really kind of feeling like in a good flow at that point. Sounds like, I don't know if I would be. Depends on which tune it was. There's certain numbers that maybe might make me overwork in the first half, but maybe some of the other ones might have kept a nice simmer. So yeah, so Bethan remembers that like it's one of the striking memories from her win there, and it was another warmer day. Oh. Hello. We've definitely got another runner coming along. We've definitely got another. I was going to just repeat what I said. I said it the other direction. There is another runner coming. You'll probably see them. It's not these two chaps here. I mean, at this stage, some people are walking. Even the leaders, they're having a bad race. And then you've got someone in orange. I think this lady's gone the wrong. She missed the turning.
Yeah.
Oh no. It's a left.
Sorry,
it's all right.
No,
We've been doing it about half an hour. It's good to have some interaction. We've got another runner coming now, so we'll get them. He's in fifth. He's doing well. Yeah. This is about 60 miles into the race. So yeah, so they've got another 40 to go to Eastbourne. So if you can cheer him on, I'm sure we'll appreciate it. So this is Matthew Hamilton coming up now. As we said before, he's another, I think it's Matthew, we'll check, we'll give him a shout. Another 2:37 marathoner, just like Hugh ahead of him. Matthew! He's got the pacer behind him, different strategy here. He may even get some kind of trail magic gate help here, but let's see how his pacer manages it. Well done, Matthew, good job. I reckon his pacer looks like he's struggling to hang on there. That's a good sign for Matthew. If you're ever pacing and you're worried about getting dropped by the runner you're running with, just remember it's the greatest gift you can give. Company is great. Having someone with you for company is brilliant. But if you drop your pacer, and I actually did as well on this section back in 2013. It was an ex-girlfriend. Did not go down well afterwards. But during the race, it made me feel wonderful. So from 50 to 70, if you're dropping your pacer at this point, we go back to that perception of effort we spoke about earlier. You feel like you're on top of the world. Like if someone started fresh at 50 miles, if someone starts fresh at 50 miles and they can't keep up, even if it's your mum, you feel brilliant. So if you are a pacer and you're worried about getting dropped, just remember it's the gift that keeps on giving, because they'll be enjoying that for the next 30 miles. And if you are pacing, so you're watching this before you're meeting your runner later on, don't make it look easy. If you can ham up a little bit how hard you are working to keep up with your runner up a climb, it will help them. It will make them feel like, actually, I don't feel as bad as Dave here. Dave's really working to stay with me. Maybe I am feeling great. And it just gives them a little bit of an extra boost that they didn't know they were getting. We've got another runner here. I suppose we'll see these guys through. Who's this going to be? This could be Jeremy Bragg. Imagine who it is. Fanboy moment. Jez! It is. Oh, wow. Who's that with him? You can see Jez's crew, see how he's pacing, how good he is at open gates as well. Any comments for the live timing? Just living the dream. Love it.
Hey, buddy.
Good, mate. Look, sorry, some people ahead. That is an absolute dream masterclass pacer gate opening there. That's what you want to see. Let's see the pacer go slightly ahead, open the gate in plenty of time. Jez didn't even break stride there. And then the pacer shut it in front of the lady just coming afterwards, which is a bit mean. But he knows what he's doing, that guy pacing him. He knows what he's doing there. He's gone ahead. And Jez hasn't even worried about him opening that gate. He knows it's going to be done. He can see it's open before he gets there. There's no slight braking, poetry in motion. That's when you know you're working with an expert. It's another half hour of me talking. You've probably got bored of it already. I'll listen to this voice note to find out what's going on behind us. Probably should mention this point. I forgot to say at the start, Jeff Cheshire has had to retire from the race. He had tight hips and hamstrings. It's the early pace early on, leading around the Matterley Bowl has probably cost him a little bit. He has had some tough races here in the past. He came here to win. And when you come here with a single objective like that, it can be tough if that's not going to plan. But hopefully we'll see Jeff back here next year doing the same thing again, because it makes for great watching. We'll see you guys at 4 o'clock at the next one from somewhere over that way.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Running levels everything. That common goal right there of running is, it brings people together.
No, we just met.
Just met.
Just met.
Friends on the trail.
Yes.
I think a race like this brings a sort of community together, and we have, very little in common in many cases apart from running.
When you run these events, you realise how important the guys who volunteer at the checkpoints are. They'll do everything for you. They'll fill your water, they'll get you food, they give you motivation, they'll give you a little kick when you need it as well.
We call it the Centurion Army as a bit of a joke, but they kind of come in as a recruit, as a first-time volunteer, and suddenly, we're here 10 years later with, the ever-present people that are here year in, year out.
Well, I started doing this 10 years ago, doing the crewing, and Bridget invited me to come out. I didn't even think that people could run 100 miles. I thought she was lying to me.
Our community is so important to us that if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have Centurion. I mean, the community makes us.
the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's gonna be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Welcome back to the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100, and we're still out on the course. Hi, Richard. Richard's just come past us, and we're kind of a little bit further back down the course than we were last time, around 58 miles, I think. And we're waiting for Kat Simpson, who has built up a solid lead in the women's race coming out of Washington checkpoint. We think she should be with us in the next 5 to 10 minutes, hopefully. And it's got a bit sunnier. Changed into a new t-shirt. I had to do at least one outfit change. I'll be back into the jacket probably later as it gets cold. But yes, so we've got Kat, and she's built up a half-hour lead into Washington now. Hello. And that's from Kat just holding her pace and moving well. Justine has dropped back a little bit behind her. She's half hour back, and then behind Justine, we've got Hannah Green and Sophie Bennett, and they're running together now. So Hannah was with Kat early on. Kat's pushed on, and Hannah's held pace with Sophie. They're battling it out for third place at the moment. And Sophie's probably having flashbacks to the Winter Downs 200 already. And maybe Hannah doesn't know that there's a fierce competitive animal waiting to tackle her in the next section. So hopefully, I know Sophie, so hopefully she doesn't mind me describing her in that manner. It did sound a bit mean, but I meant it as a compliment in my world. Hi, Nicholas. Yeah. Nicholas looked a little warm. You're a bit warm, Nicholas. Keep it cool, buddy. Get some water on you. I felt like I had to interact there. I said, he looks warm, and then I realised he could still hear me. So let's make sure that I don't say anything too weird with the athletes. I'm going to look around now, just every now and again, to check Kat's not coming. She's wearing the yellow Centurion running top last time we saw her. We can see, again, you can see a lot of what the terrain the athletes are working on here. It's the rollers still. It's probably the last section where it's more kind of complete rollers and there's more runnable stuff like this. So this is like It's a very, very gradual uphill. And whilst that may you're thinking, hold on a second, that's not Mont Blanc. You're not climbing up the Matterhorn here. At this stage into a race, this stuff is a killer, right? And the reason being is that if you're in the lead of a race like this, you're going uphill, but you can't walk it. You've got to be running this stuff. The winning races like this, setting course records on races like this, you have to be running these gradual uphills. And what you're doing is you're in the sun, it's reflecting off the chalk underneath, it's really white, reflected onto you. You're getting a lot of heat. It's not actually super hot right now. There's a nice breeze, but I can really feel the sun on my back already. And part of that is going to be, if I'm working and I'm going uphill, my own core temperature is going to be rising up steadily, steadily, steadily. The wind will do a little bit to bring it off, but all that sun is going to make these runners feel very hot. Their skin temperature is going to be going up hotter and hotter as they get here. And it's quite an exposed section. They're coming from Washington, so they're climbing up, and they're going to be going over the top here, alongside the road, and then down to Botholes, which is the next checkpoint they get to. But in between there, they definitely can warm up. And you're at this stage in a 100-miler, you're coming up to 100 kilometers in. Just check no one was coming. You're coming up to 100 kilometers in, and you're going to be really, like, everything in your body is going to be a little bit close to the edge, right? So if you're running up this on a normal day at the start of your run, you're not going to get too hot. You're not going to get too thirsty. You're not going to get too hungry, but your muscle glycogen stores are empty. You're a little bit dehydrated. You're a little bit warmer than you might have been because it's crept up piece by piece. It doesn't mean that you're too hot, but you're just closer to hot, and it doesn't take as much to tip you over that edge. If you work a little bit too hard up a gradual incline, it's not long before maybe you just go over that tipping point to the energy coming in isn't quite enough to match the energy that you're expending. So it'd be interesting. You can still see some monumental blow-ups at all stages of these races. On this section here, when we saw Pete before, and he was cruising in to guys. Pete Windus is still leading the men's race. He ran all this as if it was like a 5K time trial to the finish. And part of that was the adrenaline of overtaking Rob Payne, who's now slipped back, not from second to third, but second to fourth. Gonna have a runner coming past. How you doing?
Not too bad. Feeling good. Feeling good.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Nice. Keep it up, having a good job. One of our international runners come over from Ireland, I think. We got a good. Even in the top 10, we did see some. There was an American, I think, sneaking in there. There was an Italian, a German runner. It's a green top. We're looking. You're making me think. I'm looking back now. I think it might be a yellow top coming, but I'm pretty sure it's green. I'll do an update on the men's race in a minute. But yeah, with this women's race, it's going to be really exciting. We think we're looking still at sub 20 hours for the women's winner. We're not going to see a course record today unless. No, I reckon we can say we're not going to see the course record today. Beth and Mal can relax a little bit more. We've had a bit more interaction here. She actually said that the gates were one of the reasons she did so well in the second half of this, because it's home territory for her. She's brought up in the area, so she knew those gates, and she's been interested seeing us talk about the gates today. Hi, Matthew. Thanks. Looking good. No, you are now relative to everyone else. I never believe you. I wouldn't say it if he wasn't looking good. I'm not going to tell someone they look bad, but look at this guy. This guy's got a similar running style to Rob Payne. It's weird. He's quite tall. His head's dropped down a little bit, but hopefully we'll cheer him up. Right, bud. How you going?
Felt pressure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I bet you felt worse, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep it up. So yes, it'll be interesting to see Kat come past this, see how she's moving on this slightly gradual uphill. I know it doesn't feel like much. It's not a climb, but it can really tell us, because you can move well downhill, you can move well on the flat, and you're hiking the uphills. Right, so in that kind of sense, if as long as you're moving, you're going in the right direction, and you're going to be holding your lead on those people behind you. But if you have to walk on some of the more gradual stuff like this, and someone's running behind, they can take minutes out of you on each little incline. So it'd be interesting to see how Kat's moving when she comes at this stage. That could be her, the fourth one along. Could be. I'm going out on a limb. I'm saying maybe. But if it turns up and Kat watches this in reverse, and I've just identified her, and it's one of the male runners, or one of the chaps coming along, I apologise, Kat, if you're watching this. And if you're watching this and you're resting, it's a good use of time. Good job, Chris.
Yeah.
We'll do an update of the men's race after Kat's been through here. So I think we are seeing. I think it could be her. Someone with a pacer coming through. what did Bethan say to me? She did, yeah, she mentioned about the gates, because we've seen a few runners, like people thought I was joking about the gates and playing a big part at the start. We've seen a few runners really kind of, good job, Stuart, interact with the gates differently. And we especially saw one of the German runners really kind of looking a bit befuddled by it. And so it's good. They're all different and they change over the course of it. I reckon that is Kat Simpson coming out. So Kat Simpson, remember, she's got a 220k kilometre plus a 24-hour PB. She's run for Great Britain at the European Championships. She's a phenomenal athlete. And at this stage, if she's put in a gap, and that she's running this climb, as we said. Good job, Graham. She's running up here. She's got a pacer with her. She looks comfortable. And that's a really good sign at this point, that she's like, to catch Kat at this point, anyone behind. So they're going to have to be moving significantly faster and working hard on her. And on the downhills, they're not going to catch her. On the flat, they're not going to catch her. So this is looking great. How are you feeling, Kat? Come see, come sir.
She's good, John. She's good, strong. Forcing you off the good bit. Have you found this last section, Pat?
Oh, pretty sick.
Pretty sick?
Yeah, good. Nice, I'm up here running.
Yeah, you're up here, you're running. You're going to be downhill and
Yeah.
might be a bit slow downhill. Not long to the bottom.
You see the shepherd, the little foxy dog back there?
I don't know what you're saying about that. Foxy dog.
There's a foxy dog, Sheba.
I mean, if you see a foxy dog, you see a foxy dog.
I saw one, I did see one.
The dog's over chat down there. Oh, hang on, that's all. Look, you're on, right, not fucking. Oh, you have 3 seconds to look at the dog and then he's like,
Yeah, it's a taxi dog.
oh, sorry. I feel like I've got my jacket back there. I'm going to have to go back and get it. But no, you're looking great. You're moving really well. Women's race has been nice and exciting.
Yeah, I must admit, I was coming out of Washington and I was not really the American organization got one. Quickly. Then I was a paper, I didn't put paper.
That's eating and drinking bin. Oh.
James bought some Rennie.
Okay.
So I had a Rennie. And I just needed some water. You know, when I drink was so syrupy.
Yeah.
Going back to Mountain Fuel, different flavour. They do a tropical. Very good. But then it just got to the point where I wasn't ready to put it to my third, you know, that thing that took like.
Yeah. You're well prepared to the people around you. You're going to have a few people who will overtake you to the head. You could have some fun doing that.
But I assumed you were
Many people overtaking you, aren't they? Nah. Keep fucking forward. There's plenty to look on ahead rather than worry about anyone behind.
I don't tend to. It's just I'm used to kind of starting quite far back and going through people. I've never done a race one like that.
There's a cyclist coming ahead of you, Ross. Don't want to lose the cameraman.
Is there one to grab it for you?
So my dad left all of my gels and baby foods, like an entire little plastic crate at somewhere, I don't know where.
He's got it back now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's got it back.
I went into Houghton and I was in quite a groove of eating. And I was like, right, I'm going to get this and this and this. And they weren't in the car. And I was like, good fuck. So I had like 10 miles of just trying to get by on a couple of things. And
What happened with Sid last year around this stage? Yes, he had like 10 miles of that water. He'd missed through. But I think it's the experience that you manage that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Can't go again, keep going, and you'll be all right.
I mean, I went into the aid station in quite good spirits. If I'd gone in low spirits, I think it might have ended me. It's been like quite good.
See you a bit further down. Cat Simpson there, running us away from my jacket, which was stashed where we started the live. Looking super strong, just talking very well. One of the signs as well that's important is that Kat's very aware of how a race is going, talking about her nutrition and actually kind of having a good idea. And if someone's super tired, they're not going to make those. She did say the wrong checkpoint about where her food was, but we can't blame her for that. But she knows the course ahead here. She's been on these grounds before. She's not worried about anyone behind her. Remember back when we had Jeff at the start, he was worried from about 15 miles in, how far are they behind me? Kat here, she's in the meat of the race now, really tackling some of the more important climbs that to come. She's not fussed about anyone behind her. She's not fussed about people ahead. She's just running her own race. And that's the kind of experience, that kind of like mental attitude that comes with the experience of a runner at that level. Whew, it's good to see him moving. I suppose we're going to have to walk back up and get this jacket now. We've been here on 15 minutes. We wanted to catch Kat coming through. We're going to go live again in a couple of at 6 o'clock. But before that, like at the end of this bit here, what we've got is a highlight reel from the women's race to come up. So we're hopefully going to leave you that in a minute to watch the highlight reel of the women's race. And I'm going to go and get my jacket, and we'll see you back again at 6 o'clock. We'll be another point on the course, trying to get you some of the action. Whew.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Welcome to Centurion Ultra Running Store. I'm here at our shop just outside of Wheathampstead near St Albans. We've got our in-person store here and you can come and visit us once a month. We open for coffee, for chats, for guided runs. We often have a guided run during the day and for all your trail, ultra and mountain running needs. Welcome back.
And he is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Oh, hello there. Welcome back to the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors South Downs Way 100. We're going live again with some exciting action coming our way. We've actually got a quick update from the women's race. Kat Simpson has extended her lead. We reckon she's about an hour ahead now, and she's putting on a bit of a masterclass in pacing at this point. The next 5 women are within 18 minutes. So the battle for the top 5, the top 3, really on. And Andrea Price of Switzerland has come into 6th place, and she has really caught up with the people behind her, ahead of her, not behind her. You can't catch up with people behind you. We're up at Pearl Beacon, as you can see. There's a big beacon thing. I don't think that's the one, is it? It might be that way. But we're out on top of the quintessential South Downs kind of terrain here. Rolling hills. We're up on this side of us. We've got the sea. All right, so there's a nice wind still. It's coming from behind us still. It's chilly. We had the t-shirt on for the last one. We're back in jackets again. The runners have got the wind behind them. So now we're up here at Pearl Beacon. We are, I think, about 85 miles in. I should check that. I did check it a minute ago and I've forgotten. But we're not far from the finish now. And we've got Dan Lawson has taken the lead. I think last time we spoke, he wasn't in the lead. He was, Pete Windross was. And Pete Windross was looking absolutely fantastic when we saw him earlier. And we did ask the question, does Pete think the finish is over that next hill? Pete's still going really strong. He's in 3rd position. And Hugh Tibbs, the man who done the Backyard Ultra earlier this year and was 2nd, and has got the 2:37 marathon PB, is having absolute blinder of a race, and he's in 2nd. He's about 8 minutes behind Dan at the last checkpoint down here at Southeast. And it looks like, from watching the tracker, that Dan is making time on every uphill. The little man, as we said, like a lizard, just floats up hills. And Hugh is catching up a little bit on the downhills. Hugh's had a pacer with him. So every single gate, and I know you thought at the start I was going crazy talking about gates, but every single gate is a little benefit to the guy with the pacer. because if that gate's being opened, it's taken out a few seconds each time. But at this checkpoint now, we know that Dan is going to be picking up a pacer, and if those gates start making a difference, I spoke to Mark Perkins, who holds the course record, and it's safe for another year. Mark Perkins' record, his 14:03 is safe, and those 3 minutes key. He actually thought he was on 15-hour pace until he got to the finish. He told me he'd been on holiday beforehand and his watch hadn't swapped back. So he was surprised he'd run 14:03. But he said actually his wife, Sarah Perkins, was pacing him on that one. And he was going so well, she couldn't keep up and open the gates in the second half pacing. And it was her fault. He wasn't under 14 hours. So Mark, if you're listening, it's your own fault, mate. Don't blame other people. Learn how the gates work and get through them quicker. But hopefully this race doesn't come down to gates. But it's close enough. 8 minutes from Dan in first to Hugh in second. Pete is close on his heels behind and still moving well. And our top 5 men are all within 25 minutes. So the race is on. We've still got plenty of running to go. And hopefully we'll see them coming. But beforehand, we've got a treat for you. Because we brought a man all the way from Gran Canaria. Carlos, come over to us. This is Carlos Torrent. He's one of the race director for the Trans Gran Canaria.
Hey, hello.
Nice. We said you were going to bring the weather. So is this similar weather to Gran Canaria?
Well, it's not bad, eh?
Yeah.
I just put my coat on for the first time in the afternoon, so not that bad.
Did you have to unpack special winter clothes that you thought you'd put away for the?
No. I think it's probably colder in Gran Canaria in certain parts of the island than what is here, and I think you've probably experienced it there.
Yeah, it does get cold higher up. It's just we're not too high here, but it's chilly. How have you found the day? How's your experience at the South Downs Waving?
Good. I think it's really authentic. It's a very different kind of race. You have to live it. You have to see it to find out. But yeah, it's been really cool. Great atmosphere. I think the community here is fantastic. And yeah, we have an eye here and an eye in Switzerland also with the Swiss Canyon Trail that's taking place today as well. So 2 races in the same weekend. We have to divide our team, but yeah, we are very excited. Yeah.
Did you battle to come to the South Downs?
Yeah, it was from day one. I said, okay, I'm going to Winchester.
Yeah.
I like to drive in the English way.
On the other side, I enjoyed the roundabouts. It's been good.
The first thing after leaving the airport was a roundabout, and it was fantastic.
Have you been following the Swiss Canyons results at all? Have you seen how's the racing there been? I haven't had a chance.
Really, really excited. Like here, like the men's leader group, it was a lot of changes between the first, second, third. Finally, Miguel Arsenio, the Portuguese runner, got the victory, and Marianne Hogan, it was more or less expected that she would win in the female race, but yeah, also 2 Spanish runners in the podium, in the male podium, with Alex Toda and Abel Carretero. So yeah, it's been quite a weekend.
Yeah, that's brilliant. The level of Spanish and Portuguese runners, it's the depth everywhere, even like the French and the Italian. You go over to Europe and the depth of runners of a really high standard that would, hopefully some of them are going to come over here and see the coverage from today and thinking, okay, look, I've done Swiss Canyons, I've conquered that. You know what? I fancied a little bit more running, less hiking. I wanted some cheddar cheese and some roundabouts, and they come over and see us next. Do you think you could see yourself running on the South Downs one day?
Well, if it's a shorter version, I heard that maybe we're going to have something shorter in the future.
Maybe. We've got the 50 mile as well. We have the 50 mile, and actually one of my athletes I coach, Julia, she's got the course record. She was out. She raced over the 100k. She ran 7:25 per 100k on the road recently, and she's run this one in 6:47. So kind of like not too dissimilar to road running at that point. Her times are a bit shorter, but she absolutely loves this kind of. Yeah, we get a lot of those runners that kind of excel on more runnable terrain.
Yeah.
Oh. Right. Is there anything of the English cuisine? Have you tried any fish and chips or anything like that yet?
No, I've had pizza. I had salmon.
You go, maybe if you get down to the sea. Oh, maybe because there would be a chance. Maybe afterwards. I'll take you there. Maybe tomorrow.
Good restaurants in Eastbourne.
Yeah. Yeah, Brighton's maybe got some better restaurants. Eastbourne's got some good restaurants, but it's a traditional fried chips and fried fish. I don't know how it will be with your palate, but like I miss it living overseas, so maybe it's worth trying.
I don't know if I believe you.
That's good. It's good. See if we can see any rams coming. We put back. So Dan, so coming into South is the second half of this course. There's a lot of downhill into the checkpoints, and then a climb out, and then another descent over. You get some of this runnable terrain like this, and this is why we say to people at the start, if you're conservative, the first part of this race, it's not like where some races, the final sections, you're hiking up, you're running down, and nothing's too high energy. Or the hiking's hard, but you're hiking it, and the downhill where you just let gravity do the work. Whereas this terrain here, if you're low on energy, you still got to run this, and it's that same kind of false flat that we show where Cat was running. And you'll see if you get on this section here, if someone's walking, it's not a big climb, but it is a big climb after 80 miles. And I've said to a lot of people, like, the first 80 miles are easy, and then the race begins. And you definitely, if you have some of those, like you've got Peter and you've got Hugh chasing. Dan lost the 50 miler. He was in first place at this point in the 50 miler. It wasn't until he got onto the final bit of road that he lost it. So he'll have that fresh in his mind, hopefully thinking this isn't going to happen. But he's got a pacer coming now as well. And it was very bad.
The rest of the pack of the leaders have pacers?
Some do. Jez had a pacer. Peter doesn't. And then, yes, the guy in fourth, Matt, he's got his crew here. They're pacing as well. We could get them over and ask them questions.
Yeah, that's a thing that I also like, that it's not usual in Spain, in France, in this kind of country to have races with pacers.
I think a lot of
the
influence for James initially comes from American races. He'd been out to Leadville, to Western States, and a few of those before he came over, and that's why there's quite a focus on the community around each checkpoint as well. There's always he wanted it to be races that you could run without crew, because it's fully supported the whole way. But then, yeah, the pacers. It's funny. Sometimes people have said to me, it feels like it's a bit, you're not doing it under your own steam. But a pacer they don't carry you, but they give you kind of energy as well. It's quite nice I was chatting to Dan's pace just before. She said, what should I do? Should I run a certain pace? Should I? I said, no, just make him smile. And if he's smiling and if he keeps going, someone like Dan is a fierce competitor. He doesn't need you to shout at him and keep you going and set a pace. He can do that. You just got to make sure he doesn't. But sometimes we see an error with some of the pacers. I made this mistake quite a few years ago, 10 years ago now, 11. They get in the pace, and the pacer's got fresh legs, and they're excited, and they set off, and they do 5 miles, and 5 miles feels easy, and suddenly you go, hold on, I've got 10 more to go, and the pacer's like, well, I think I need to get my training in. See if I see him. I think there's still keep a little more to go. I did some pacing at Western States for Hayden Hawks, and I've been out there twice. And I coach Hayden. I went out there the first time, did 38 miles, and it's brilliant. Like, it's great when you're running, you see in the course. I can't get an interest.
It's allowed in the second half of the race.
Yeah, from 62 miles from Forest Hill, and it's like super runnable. It's kind of a lot of this stuff, but hotter, and the risk of bears. So like that's kind of, there's no bears up here. Again, we did warn the viewers the risk of cows, but you've passed most of the cows at this point.
Lots of crows.
Crows as well, yeah. I don't think the crows are aggressive. If you've got fish and chips, one thing, if you do get fish and chips to watch out for is the seagulls. If you get good seagulls, we get real aggressive ones here. Like some of them do carry little knives, and like, they will take your food and just fly off. There's some good videos of people enjoying their food getting stolen on the seafront here. But they're massive as well. But like, yeah, pacing out there the second time, and that's why it's hard as a pacer. I've been here as a pacer like maybe 8-9 years ago. And I turned up it was like 11, 12 at night, and I was at 70 miles, so just a bit further back. I was all ready for a 30-mile run. And I got there, my runner come up and he went, "Hey, Robbie." And he did this for the next 2 hours, just stood there going, it's like, what? Nothing was happening. And I had to just sit in a car like with this man making that noise for 2 hours. And I was like, I'm going to go, Jim. Is it all right if I go? And I then found someone who didn't have a pacer, and I went with him. Jim was making that noise in his car.
But you wanted to pay someone.
I wanted to run, yeah. Like I had that last year at Western States. I wanted to run. I was like, I tapered a little bit. I was worried about getting dropped. But we had that. I was chatting to Matt, who's in fourth. His think his partner. Let's guess that. She's just done one of the races up in Snowdonia, and she's a bit worried about pacing. I might get dropped. And I think that it's the greatest gift you can give a runner. If you can drop your pacer, you feel brilliant. You're like, well, I must be. They can't keep up with me, and they just started. So I always tell people to just pretend it's a little bit harder. Like if you're running up the hill and you're like, oh, you're walking a little bit, and you go, I could walk at this pace. You have to pretend to keep running, and then go. And if you ham it up a little bit, the runner's thinking, whoa, I must be really good.
You have the perfect pacer strategy.
Yeah. You got to play the mind games. And you can't tell them. And afterwards, like.
But now they are discovering.
Maybe afterwards, but at that point, like at this point, normally they're tired enough that they forget it all. Mrs. James said he'd be here, Barney. Come on, where's Dan? There's some people over there. That could be one of them. I could be in there. So I look on the tracker. For those who haven't been, like you maybe just been watching us all day and just coming in every 2 hours, right? That's your remit. It's normally just my mum. But the tracking system we have, the open tracking, you can see exactly where people are within a couple of minutes. So hopefully I can see. There's Dan. Oh no, he's gone backwards. So we're here. How far away is Dan? And we can see you get like a good OS map as well. So if you're good at looking at your contours, he is just over a mile away from us. Just before the next, but that one, well, what time did they come through there? Well, that was a minute ago. So maybe is who we can see? It might have been actually. Yeah. So Dan, we think Dan is, it is Dan. He's just in that kind of drop-in below. So we've got this bump here, and we're going to see him rising up as the sun. It's going to look wonderful. Like it's like almost like we timed it. So we got here this time. And then the person behind, we've got Hugh Tibbs. He is, I reckon it's about a mile. Maybe a little bit more. He was 8 minutes at Southeast. And then behind Hugh, we've got Pete. He's climbing up as well. And Matt is just getting into Southeast. Let him know. He could be here. Let him know. Let him know. They'll be ready. I was talking to her about caffeine. She said, I'll have the caffeine when he gets here. So no, you need to eat the caffeine an hour beforehand. And then your body gets to peak levels. You don't want to have the caffeine and then start off and then it's only kicks in when you get to finish. Because then you're not going to sleep. So you've got to like time it beforehand.
And what about the women? I know that you updated before, but
yeah, so Kat's got a solid lead of an hour now. We think she's really moving well. She said when we spoke to her, she said a little bit about her dog. She thought she'd seen her dog. I'm not sure if she did or not. But she's eating's been okay. I've crewed Kat at the European 24-hour Championship. So she has a lot of different gels, but also some baby food sometimes. It's straight, yeah. It's kind of it goes in quite easy. She said she's been a bit queasy, but she's been in plenty of those situations. She's done a lot of races, 100 miles and longer. So at that stage, like, she'll just keep moving. She's got a pacer with her. Behind her, we've got 5 runners within 18 minutes. And Andrea Price from Switzerland has just come into 6th. She looks like she's caught everyone up. So we could see the battle for the women's podium is still massively on. So it should be quite interesting because you've got just behind Justine, who led for a long way. She's coming, she's slowing down a bit. Then Hannah and Sophie were together for quite a lot. And then after her, you've got Karen Benway, who's raced Quebec Mega Trail. And then our Swiss runner is catching up as well. So should be quite exciting. Might be worth staying up for. If you're thinking about going to bed on Saturday night, I recommend maybe going out for a couple of hours, having a few drinks, come back in.
We are going to be live for the finish line, no?
We'll be live at the finish line. I think we're going to be doing the winners at least, and then I'll see how grumpy I get. Because I like my sleep. I've got to do some running tomorrow. We've had a rest day today. But yeah, we'll be live. We'll be live at the finish line. I'm going to look behind again now. Yeah, that's a Dan Lawson coming. That's a Dan Lawson. You can see him from his kind of, he looks like maybe he's just wandered out of a bush, and you can see from his style, he's pretty relaxed. That is a solid looking lead. That's exciting. That's what I coach, Dan.
You're a proud coach.
Yeah, I'm a proud friend. Yeah. People, we said before, people think about Dan as this very happy, friendly character, but he is a fierce competitor. He's been European 24-hour champion. He has the record from running from the south end to north of the UK, 825 miles in 10 days.
And he's competing quite clever, no? He started not at the front and road.
Yeah. So he's he knows how to hurt as well. I've never seen, when he did the jog on the night, the last day of that, never seen someone go through as much pain as I saw Dan. Like, it was just absolutely amazing. We haven't seen the next runner come through yet. When I wander down here, we'll see Dan come through. Maybe we'll get a word from him.
Yeah, I got normal water. Yeah. Sit on it. Yeah.
Can get a little bit.
Two more.
Two of them in.
Huh? Yeah, I'll get 2 more.
Sure.
They're not down that hill.
Yeah, you've got to pick your forehead now. Keep doing what you're doing. Not too much. All right, settling. Good.
Right?
Yeah, man, I'm good. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, got this, man. Let's go. Go and then run away from you. Go!
I've got my presenting there.
He said he wants some sparkling water. Sorry.
Look at what I haven't got any sparkling.
No, I'll get some and take him to Jevington.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Has anyone got any sparkling water to take to Jevington? Darren's on the bikes. Darren's crewing, Darren of the Green Runners is crewing Dan on a bicycle today. So he's been riding a lot of the trails himself. We did catch him pushing his bike up the last one, but it was pretty steep. So we gave him some stick for that. But he's done fantastic crewing Dan today, all on the bicycle. And the day before the race, he was busy up most of the night fixing shoes for runners who were racing today. So maybe he's cycling away from them if they've got like new holes popping out. But they do some fantastic stuff with the Green Runners. And one of the things they're doing today is just showing that you can crew these races without having a vehicle. Dan has gone. He's already dropping his pacer. It's a good sign, isn't it? I lost my presenter hat for a little bit there. He's a good friend and it's very nice to see him doing well. But we're now going to see how long it is till Hugh comes through, and he's having a fantastic race and what I think is his first time to miler. So that's going to be good as well. We'll keep an eye on the clocks. We'll stay live until we get at least Hugh through. Is that all right, Ross? We're going to stay live until then? And then we'll have a couple other people not too far behind. Pete's not far behind. Matt Hamilton, whose crew's just here before, and he's going to have say his partner. I didn't know. I didn't check. It might have been a relative, different, or any kind of person. But he's another pacer. He's got a pace now. A new pacer is going to join him. He's going to have that next section with some company, and then behind, Jess Bragg finishing strong. Can't count out a UTMB winner. It's good to see Jez running well on stuff like this. Should we wander down this way? We can't come yet, and there should be 2 of them coming. Hugh's got a pace with him, so we should better spot them coming. I'll have a look on the tracker again now. Let's have a quick peek. He's a mile behind, I reckon, actually. Not biased, like I wouldn't be good on some of the commentating on something where a lack of bias was needed, but he's doing fantastically well. I don't think it's those 2 chaps there because they look like they're out for an afternoon stroll. So if that's, I don't think that's Hugh. He may well be in the dip behind there. And this lovely doggo we saw at the start. Can we say hello? Oh, she's going to come up. You were at the start, weren't you? People want to see lovely doggos.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Very excited. What's her name?
Zola.
Zola. Oh, what a brilliant name after Gianfranco. Or Zola Bug. Okay.
She's Zola Bug.
Oh, you're running barefoot as well, aren't you? There you go.
Barefoot running.
Oh, we're going to come and keep an eye on these people. See you in a bit, Zola. Nice to meet you. Thank you for supporting today. Probably the highlight for most people's life. We did promise some doggos, and that was a high quality doggo there, Zola, named after one of the best Irish runners of all time, Zola Blood. So that's some good company there. Ooh. What dog better? Have we seen anyone coming? And you have down there here now. Oh, so the beacon's there. Gotcha. We're not at the beacon yet. The beacon's over there. So he's just over a mile behind, but he's coming over that dip now. And it looks like Hughes put a bit more space on Pete behind him. And really strong race coming there. Let's have a quick check again on the women's race whilst we're there. So Kat Simpson's got through 12 hours through let's me actually. Through Saddlescombe's Farm in 12 hours and 48 seconds. And then we're still at Botolphs. We've got Hannah Green on 11:40. Justine Putnam in 11:47. So Justine slipped down to third now. Hannah's come up. Another person running a very smart race there. She was with Kat early doors and then spent some time with Sophie. Sophie, so we've got 11:40, 11:47 for Justine, 11:48 for Sophie, 11:52 for Karen, and then Andrea Price is at 12:03. And even then, we've got Sarah Sell Brown, another US runner, at 12:15 behind. And then there's a 20-minute gap for a Danish runner. God, it's a multinational women's field there as well. So we've got a really exciting race there. I don't know who I'm going to pick. Hannah seems to have picked up a little bit well there. So she's gone into second. But the battle for the podium is on. And Justine, it feels like maybe Justine and maybe even Sophie might be having some trouble from people catching up behind. But as we said before, Sophie was at Winter Downs 200. And she battled all the way to the finish there for second place. She knows how to battle in a tired and sleep-deprived state. So this maybe, like if it's only a 100 miles. Cool. She should be right. We've got Darren here. We might as well see Darren. Come over as a quick hello before you head off. You've got to set off.
Got Malfred's chips.
Cold trip. How's you've been crewing down on the bike today? How's that been?
Yeah, amazing. It's been great.
You feel like you've got everywhere, plenty of time?
Yeah, I was worried at Coppin, but it was fine. And yeah, it's been great. I got there sort of 10, 15 minutes before he got there, and then he give him what he wants, and like you saw just now, he's just on it. So
pretty low maintenance, isn't he?
He's pretty low maintenance,
until he's not.
Until he's not, yeah, exactly. But he knows what he wants. I mean, he's seasoned, so that makes a massive help for me.
And you're heading to Jevington now?
I'm going to go to Eastbourne. So yeah, because the only other crew point is Bo Peep.
Okay.
And I can't get there in time, so to see him. But yeah, I'll see him at Eastbourne, man.
Have a brilliant work. See you down at Eastbourne.
Cheers, man. See you later.
See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Cycle safe.
Bye, everyone.
Going to cycle into that man. Hopefully not. The sun's come out now. This is a solid gap now for until second place. Even those, and a lot of those sections before, it looked like Hugh was gaining time on the downhills and Dan was taking on the uphills. But maybe we can see them coming over the brow now. There's definitely a runner up by the mast up there. I wonder. We'll wander up this way with the see what kind of coverage we can get. We are tied to our signal, but given that giant radio mast, surely going close to that should be allowed. We'll watch out for these cars as well. Oh, it's paying display. Did you pay display? Oh, we're right. Okay, we paid in display, people. Don't worry. We can stay until the runners have come through. Don't want to get a ticket, do we? That would be horrendous. So, again, we can show you some more of the gates here. We haven't seen a style yet. I wanted to show the people a style. But there's quite a lot of gates in the last few sections here. So it is interesting. I can see them coming there. But one of the things to look at here, you've got the bit on the top. You come to these, and that's going to push it open. That's your best bet if you are thinking about coming to South Downs Way. But if you get to them like this, right, and you've got to close it afterwards, these little beauties here, you lift it and pull. It's a lot less force needed. These are spring operated, so they take a bit more work. If you get a stiff gate, this is a new one. So you're running up to that, you're pretty confident you're getting through that. And then these ones here, well, it's nice because it's been removed. So from a running point of view, perfect. And then we've got South Downs Way markers here. Might as well have a look at it whilst we're here. Again, saw at the start, these are the little acorns on our national trails here in the UK. And it's also a public bridle way. So you're going to come here. It's got a nice wide path. You might see someone riding a horse down here. But these trails and these paths have been used since, I want to say, Mesolithic times. I think I did my research before. Iron Age settlements and forts up here. We've got loads of bits of archaeology around here. And I've got a master's in archaeology, and I forgot most of it because it was years ago. And it was mainly focused on people living in caves. There's no caves that people living up here apart from the pirates on the coast. But one of the things that's quite interesting about here is that the high ground out here was used because the lower lands have got a lot wetter. So in terms of like moving around, these paths have been used for thousands of years because it's just an easier way to move along from the settlements, along from the coast, and you just staying dry. And that's why our runners are not down lower today, because better running up here. I mean, look at this. I feel like I want to do a little jog. It's nice as well. The wind is still behind the runners, so it's going that way. And you can often see like some of the trees up here, they're kind of bent over because that's the way the wind normally goes. But we can see our runners here. Is that a pacer being dropped maybe? There's definitely a gap between these two. So I wonder if it's a pacer being dropped. Again, the gift that keeps on giving if you're dropped as a pacer. But hopefully it's not. Yeah, because sometimes you worry about leaving them behind. Stop talking every now and again. People would probably be quite grateful. We've been going, we're getting a good amount of talking in today. They thought we were going to talk for 4 or 5 minutes at a time. Little did they know that I love the sound of my own voice, and maybe 50 to 100 other people love strong, but don't mind it, don't find it grating, like my wife probably does at times. But we're coming up to seeing these two runners here. I reckon this is going to be Hugh Tibbs with his pacer rather than Hugh Tibbs and Pete Windross. But again, when we spoke earlier about the kind of the terrain, this here is still pretty hard packed. It's dry. It's actually like really runnable. So even if you only change into the second half, you could see someone wearing a good pair of road shoes here. Pete was obviously in his Alpha Flies. He'd be bouncing along on this stuff. So we've got the runners coming behind us. Maybe, I'll just keep talking this way and we'll see them coming in. I think Hugh's in second there and the pace is trying to drag him along. And this can work in two ways. It can make that runner try to keep up with you. But at this point, they're often doing everything they can anyway. They're not slowing down because of a lack of will, because they want to keep going. So you have to be careful as a pacer that you're not running ahead a little bit and dragging them on above the effort level that they can sustain to the finish. It's still a long way to go. And if you blow at this point, you're going to be in trouble because you can lose a lot of time here. Pete's an experienced runner, but coming after him. But these guys they look like they're racing each other. You all right?
Yeah, all good.
You going ahead to get that gate?
Yeah.
Right, Hugh, how you going?
Struggling.
Struggling?
For the first time, I feel pretty bad.
Well, don't worry. The first 80 miles are easy, and then it's just a fun bit at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've got a pacer that can open gates now.
Nice. You retrained them on the way through.
Yeah. Well, it's a different one. Yeah.
Is this your first 100?
Yeah.
I was just looking to try and you're doing fantastic for your first 100.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Just keep doing it.
Come to a surprise to me.
Keep going. Keep doing it. Yeah. We're going to follow you through. Just keep moving. That's what you got to do. Keep eating, keep drinking, keep moving, and that finish will come to you. Stephanie's still moving well, isn't he? He said he's kind of falls flat, but he's moving up. He's still making good ground. He's not losing much. It's probably the steeper stuff, but Dan is running up a lot of it. Yeah, he's got a lovely table. Let's go and have a look at this little table. Isn't it? Very well organised.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that. It's like a little shop.
He charges me as well. It's unbelievable.
See how much the price has gone up.
It's not even like he adds like extra because it's a remote location. I might take these in the bag. Yep. How do you think? Really, do you want any more pizza? Or is it? Are you kidding me? Especially in the hills.
Why you can't really eat? Can you eat if you make yourself do it? Because you can run every hard step. But if you can put a bit of that energy into getting a bit of food down here, it will make those steps easier.
Those are my best shots. I'll take them. Both of you.
Just a minute of just getting that in, and it will help you make those miles easier. Don't carry them to the finish. Yeah, eat them. You've got Pete coming up. It's just in that dip down there. Going to keep you honest in this next section, but if you keep moving, you
I'm happy to let him take the.
No. There's a second place there. You've got to keep Dan honest. You've got the legs. He hasn't got the marathon pace you've got.
He has actually. I think he's got a quicker one. I haven't got any Joe's last. Got your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last. Still hot somehow. I mean, obviously it's not.
Oh, well, that's done.
That as well.
He's coming with it. We might say we're going to try and get to both people and then we switch across. Okay. Let's go.
Your pace is ready to be dropped. I want to see you dropping by the next one.
I'll have to.
Great job.
Well, thank you. Excellent.
Oh, look at this beautiful man.
Great there.
Pete's coming in now. Pete's about to come in. We can see him coming over there, and we'll get him in, and then we're going to cover up and get towards the finish because we want to see people at the finish as well. But that was interesting to see the comparison between the two amounts of time spent at the checkpoint. And again, we've got Hugh walking out here. It looks like at this point, the race stands for the taking if he keeps moving, keeps streaking, keeps eating. Pacer is doing a cracking job. He was definitely working hard there to get ahead and get those gates. He did a fantastic job there, but he's working for it. He looked like he was in a worse place than Hugh did. So that should help Hugh realise if you push on and keep him going. When we said there that Pete was coming, he did say, "Oh, he's welcome to it," but I don't think that's going to be happening. If Hugh keeps moving, we've still got a few minutes here. I imagine Pete will be, if he has a through here, he will be straight through. But I don't think he has. I think Pete's going to be in and out here before we blink. And he's an experienced finisher, right? So we'll wrap after Pete comes through. So none behind him. I think that Matt's gaining, but we can just say hello to him. If you want to be on the coverage, Matt, you've got to overtake Pete. If you're on YouTube watching this, Matt, put it down. Yeah, he looks like he's had a long race. So we'll see how he's coming through here, and we see if Matt comes through after. This is exciting. I reckon we could see these three, and we could also maybe see Jez Bragg come through. Do that. I've opened these gates before. Practice. We might see Jez Bragg pick up some pieces here as well. But this runner is definitely moving like as if they've run 80 plus miles to get here. That's for sure. Oof. Yeah, there was a good selection there. So like what I liked on that table, the checkpoint they had, there wasn't too much choice. If you give a runner too much choice, sometimes they'll dilly, they'll dally, they'll look at different things, they'll take things that they're not going to eat. And it's interesting times we put a lot of energy into kind of striving forward at the end of these races, and we stop eating because we don't fancy it. I'm not saying he was doing that, but we have to put the same amount of energy psychologically that we put into each footstep. We really drive forward on the climbs, and you dig deep. You've got to dig deep in your nutrition as well in a race like this. It's as much about how much you can eat and drink. Well, they're in a rush, aren't they? They're going to get to Bo Peep before he gets there. But it's as much as about you can keep eating and drinking. Is about striving up that next hill. And sometimes people forget that. We live in this day and age. If you don't fancy eating something, you get something different. You order on Deliveroo or something like that. But here, he's got a few options. It's a couple of different gels. There was some kind of homemade balls of things. I don't know, they didn't get even looked at. But those are the kind of things that if you can take one of those gels on board, so your gel's got 25 to 30 grams, this could be Matt or a different runner. Doesn't look like Pete, that's for sure. Who's this coming in? Could be Matt or someone. Is he in a jumper? I think Pete's behind. So is this one of our runners or is this someone out for a run? Oh. Hi there, are you in the race?
You think I would be, but no, sorry.
Well, you look real strong. We thought you were going all right. You poor Pete's just been dropped by. He's coming now. You're not pacing or anything?
Just local.
It's local.
Didn't realise there was a race on.
There's 100 mile. This guy's run from Winchester area today.
Guy that's just been past said the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
He's
all
in
doing it
second
together.
place or something.
He's second. This is third place.
They did.
He's allowed a pacer from here if you want to jog with him. I don't think he's got one.
Beautiful weather for it.
It's a beautiful weather and a lovely tailwind.
Yeah.
So there's hopefully it's just every time he steps up off the ground, it's floating him a little bit closer to Eastbourne. They finish at the track down there in Eastbourne.
Okay, nice.
So they're going to drop down to Jevington and then it's up again and then they're over to the finish. So they've broken the back of it for sure. But we're doing live coverage. So you're featuring in that now. We just need.
Hi, Mum.
We need distractions. We need things to talk about.
Oh, it's amazing weather. If one day I'm fit enough, I'll give it a bash.
Do it, man. If you're running around up here, you look strong enough. We've got a 50 mile in April as well.
Yeah.
Centurion running. Get on there. Maybe that'll be next time. This could be you.
Centurion, yeah.
Centurion running, yeah. All right, Pete. Hi, dude. Looking good. How are you feeling?
Never better.
Bit of a fall? A little bit. Oh, what happened?
Oh, I just see a chalk on the bed with me.
Oh, I get my feet up. Oh. How are you feeling? You're supposed to be knackered at this point, aren't you? If you weren't knackered, you'd be a bit worried. I could have done part, but I find that just as tiring.
Well, I'm having a lovely day. I couldn't try too hard.
Yeah, no, you're doing fantastic. The queue's ahead, not that far, but you are gaining. Keep it up, buddy. And now we're going to take a break. That's probably our longest live yet. So we're going to be back at 8 o'clock, probably at the track. We might have some live footage from the trig point at the start, the famous trig point that signifies that the end is nigh. But for now, keep watching those dots, and that's about it.